Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, boys and girls. This is Marcia Weekes, and I'm coming to you with the Marcia Weekes Show live from Barbados. Barbados. If you're watching us for the first time, do you know where Barbados is? It's the most easterly Caribbean island. Beautiful island. Yes, we're having some challenges here with leadership, with governance in Barbados. I know you probably know of Mia Motley, and everybody listens to her speeches and etc. And you know what? She's a good speaker, but we want her to be the Prime Minister of Barbados, to actually do the work in Barbados. So if you're listening, just understand that this show is not against her as a person. It is that we are demanding more because we put her there. All right. So tonight we're going to do the post St. James North by-election coverage. Is what we are going to do tonight. And but we're not going to start that until 8 o'clock, because just to make sure that everything is completed. So right now we're going to talk about anything else other than the election. Good? Because I don't want you to get me in any trouble and for me to get anybody in any trouble. All right. So we are on at 7 because normally we start at 7 o'clock, right? But we are not, I'm not going to go into any discussion around the about the election until 8 o'clock, right? Or earlier if the results are earlier. You see what I mean? So just hang in there, guys, hang in there. And in any case, how was your day today? Let me see everybody telling me, how was your day today? How about Tironi? Tironi, how was your day? Yes. Yeah, I myself am seeming like some kind of bug. I don't even get sick. I think there's one time I got sick and couldn't come on, but today I started to have pains over my body, etc. And yeah, so I'm hoping that I can hold out for the rest of the night. I think I will. I think I will. Who has faith? Who's gonna pray for me? Yes. Judy Jilks, good evening. Good evening. Flo Joe Maloney, how was your day today? Did you have a good day? You had a good day today, Flo Joe? Marcia, Flo Joe Maloney, Judy Jilks, Steroni. I just want to say thank you, because you know what? I could open my computer and connect up to YouTube, and I come on and you're not there. But you are here, and I want to say thank you. Thank you. I was telling somebody today, Margaret Pollard, I was saying to someone today that I remembered about 3 or 4 years ago, I would put on my makeup and dress up and come to sit down in this chair in this very room, and there are 20 or 30 persons on the live, and I was giving my research, I was educating, I was doing all of those things, with not having a lot of people on. So it's a commitment to educating, motivating, mobilizing, and agitating, and that's what the Marcia Weekes show does. Motivate, we educate, we agitate, and we mobilize. And you would know, with all the marches that we've done, the petitions, all of that. That's what we do. Hi, Sandra Charles. How are you, my dear? Lyrics Jills. How are you? How are you? Ryan Rock, Jacqueline Ward, Queen D. How are you doing, Queen D? Oh my goodness, Angel Humble. Jacqueline says she had an amazing and peaceful day. Yes, I had a peaceful day. I wasn't anxious about anything because I put everything in God's hands. I tell myself that Barbados is on the schedule of God. And so I wasn't anxious today at all. Angel Humble, Matthew Brown, how are you? Hi, Taryn. Yes. Daroni and Judy is still here with us. Antonio. Yes. So I need your prayers tonight. Yes. Yes. Joy and Roberts. Lori Bob. Sonny Onion. Oh, goodness. Sam Igbo. Calibi from the UK. Calibi, what time is it there? I'm sure it's probably what, 1 o'clock in the morning. You're not sleepy? Why you not sleepy, Calibi? Oh, you had a lot of rain. Where are you? Where are you, Shirley? You're in the US, Shirley. Let me know where you are. Yes, you had a quiet day, but a prayerful night. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, 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 yes. I am believing that I will be fine. If I can't go through the whole show, Dr. Ferdinand is supposed to be on. So, he will be able, he's quite able. And okay, it's 12:05 and you are in Reading in UK. Okay, okay, Calibi. Shirley, where are you watching us from? uh Shirley, yes, you see how people love Barbados? They're not here, but they're so concerned. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, Shirley is right, Shirley. Now I remember you. You are outside of Toronto. Yes, 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 yes. Well, folks, we always start with the national anthem. And so we are going to go right into the national anthem of Barbados. So, everybody, we are going to stand at attention, guys. This is what we line up, under. This is our song. This is why we do the things we do. And as the anthem plays, I want you to tell me what's your favorite line or lyric. What's the favorite lyric in the national anthem? Okay, type it in. Type it in when you're done. Yes, guys. Yes, guys. Yes, God. Oh, wow. Listen, folks. So let me see what your favorite part of the anthem is. Firm craftsmen of our faith. Does everybody understand what that means? Because we could sing something, but do we actually understand it? Firm craftsmen of our faith. Anybody can put it in the chat. What does that mean? We sing the anthem, but we are firm craftsmen of our faith. What does that mean? I'm waiting on that answer. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Marcia Weekes Show, and we are coming to you live from Barbados. And tonight we're doing the post St. James North by-election coverage. However, we're not going to start the actual coverage until 8 p.m. All of our presenters will be on at that particular time because we want to make sure we stay clear of the regulations, etc. Okay, yeah, unless the results are earlier. Yeah, because that is possible too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The Lord has been the people's guide. Joyanne says that is the part that she likes. The Lord has been the people's guide for the last 300 years. With him on the people's side, we have no doubts or fear. Good. Queen D says, these hills and fields are now our, I know she meant our very own. Judy said the part that says that binds our heart from coast to coast. Antonio Gittins, hi Antonio, says, with him still on the people's side, we have no doubts or fears. Yes. So tonight we have no fears. Regardless of the outcome, we have no fears. Regardless of the outcome, we have no fears. Marva Hunt said, the Lord has been the people's guide for the past 300 years. Yes. Angel Humble, we write our names on history's page. I like that too. I like that one too. It's a call to action that we get up and do something. We write our names on history's page. Queen D said, these fields and hills beyond recall are now our very own. Yes. Yes. Marlene, I think you're actually describing what it means when it says we are firm craftsmen of our faith. Yes, that we Barbadians determine our own destiny. We determine our destiny. And that's why tonight, it doesn't matter what happens tonight, whatever, it's a democratic process, right? We determine our destiny. Marlene, very good, Marlene. Our identity. Yes, we chart the path of our journey. We are the one that chart that path. Sherry Berry says, the Lord has been the people's guide for the past 300 years. Yes. Terone says, in plenty and in time of need. It's his part. The Lord has been the people's guide for past 300 years. Okay, so a lot of people like that part. Yes. Okay, we have the skills, we have the resources to build a future, right? Mental and physical. Queen D said every line of the anthem means something. And Sonny said, my favorite part of the film is you running in your pink top, holding the flag. Always makes me laugh with joy. Yes, man. Sometimes I get really patriotic, But, that's one song. But anybody know the name of the song that has been, everybody is sending it all over on WhatsApp? There is a particular song that people are sending it all over WhatsApp. I said, my Lord, I've got to play this one tonight. I have to play this one tonight. Who knows what that one is? Yeah? While you're telling me the song, Calibi said the phrase craftsmen of our faith evokes a powerful image of individuals who take decisive control over their destinies, shaping their future with strength, intention, and skill. Woo, that's deep. Bim is my home says firm craftsman or faith means living intentionally, making moral choices for a better future. Ah, yes, yes. Hi, good night, Bajan boy. So, yes, classic, classic. What you think gonna happen to classic? Listen, we gonna play that song. Oh, Lordy, yes, classic. Hey, hey, Ivor Taylor, you cooking? That's lovely. The new song by Classic. Oh, Lord. So, here we go, here we go, here we go. This is classic rendition for Pick of the Crop 2025. You think this song is going to go anywhere? Oh, Lordy. Let there be light, boy. I tell you, this was a good one. Let me get it up. Let me get it up. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Oh, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Walaka, walaka. Can't drive on the road at night, cause you come with your light so bright, like you want blind me for spite. It is overbearing. Me and you never had no war. Why you spot the light on me for? Is it accidental or you just so uncaring? Every day you bout here complaining all the things that ain't going right. From now on I will be explaining which place you could spot the light. Spot the light in the parliament and see who is looking out for you or barely fooling we. Spot the light the right places and find out who is on the people's side and who's selling out. Don't put it on me, you joke. I don't be at no port when guns coming in. I am sure cowboys and Indians, no, don't put it on me, you idiot. When taxpayers' money waste, don't spot it in my face. You better spot the light man who run the place. I don't run the government. I know if the country good, don't spot it on me, Bozy. Spot the light man the BLP. Oh yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Walaka, walaka. Blinding young with the LEDs. Them said are doing as they please. I don't tell the authorities I feel violated. Go spot them in the treasury, then you will see if the economy living off borrowed money that IMF dictated. Light is a great disinfectant. Use it, don't abuse it at night, cause all the hide in the darkness must come out in the light. Spot the light in the board meetings and see who is representing you or the rich minority. I want you spot the light the right places and find out who is standing up for you or just running them out. Don't spot it on me, no way. I don't have any clout, no power, no say, but hey, and I ain't got no land to give away. Don't spot it on me, you idiot. One for you, another one quick, don't target me one bit. You better spot the light on the cabinet. I may drive and get annoyed. Check my front and touch a boy. Don't spot it on me, you insane. You spot the light in the wrong lane. Why, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Walaka, walaka. When you see me on the road at night, make sure that you dim your light. I give you valuable insight. Time for activation. Aim the light, aim it all about. Human cockroaches running out. Places you would never dream about. Need illumination. Wickedness reside in high places. Time for you to make wrong things right. Corruption is hiding dark spaces. In Barbados, let there be light. Spot the light on the police, you can choose. Some are real professional, some protect the shoes. Spot the light in the courtrooms and find out why them hardened criminals out here walking about. Don't spot it on me, you're free. I can't give a big speech and got the whole world, so I'm based. All now I still getting praise. Don't spot it on me, light at George Street, I know who get cussed or beat. Spot the light out in Robert Street. I never tried to meet with Trump or get sent fell up Mount Jam. Don't spot it on me, yeah good. Spot the light in Ella Rapport. Crime out here getting worse. Spot the light on the AG first. I ain't laughing out none. Spot the light on the Calypso. Admiral might agree. Spot the light by my friend Gabby. I know what good for my health. Spot the light by a blink himself.
Oh my goodness, when I heard this today, I was cracking up. I love it. You like it to spot the light on the AG, spot the light on the BLP, because they're the ones in power. If it was a DLP, then you would say the DLP, but it is the BLP that is in power. So you've got to spot the light on them. And did you see what the lawyers were saying? The lawyers spotting the light on the PM, you know. Do you see that? Oh boy, people say they love it. Cali B said that is Kaiso. Spot the light on Abram. Yes. Neil Rose spotting the light on Abrams. Yes. Somebody said that they don't think this one is going to the NCF will approve it. Well, they might, just because we are talking about it, you know. You know how they behave when they're ready. So they don't want us to say anything. So then they might just approve it. I'm waiting on some others because Colin Spencer has one. I'm hoping supposed to be coming out. I know that Ronnie Clark has one as well. And, you know, these Calypsonians, we need to make sure that we support them. Right? Right? Yeah, make sure that we support them. It's going to be important because when the backlash starts, right? When the backlash starts. Yes, guys? Yes, you know, but we are hoping that this year the Calypsonians will rise up and decide that they are going to write what is in their heart. Right? That I pray that the Calypsonians will rise up and say, I'm going to write what is in my heart, what I want to say, not what I think will allow me to win the crown. Because the NCF not easy, you know. The NCF is not easy. Who remember when the NCF disqualified my group? Who remember that? Yeah, somebody says some Calypsonians cannot be stopped. Right? Yeah. So, you know, folks. Yes, Black Coolie 39 said they remember when our group was disqualified. Let me just see if I can find a little bit of that and play for you. Just about 38 seconds of it.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
There are only two genders determined at conception.
Male
and female.
Man
and woman.
Boy
and girl.
Yeah, and those children were, I mean, in such a hurt state because they would have rehearsed and everything, and it wasn't because of anything technical. But NCF took it upon themselves to say that we can't say that there are only two genders, and they decided to ban the piece from the competition. This is what these children learn in science. Actually, we had a science teacher who came in and taught the children that. And out of that session is what when I wrote that particular scene. and then they would have learned it in church, Genesis 1:26. So can you imagine how the children were confused? Can you imagine that? Yeah. And regardless of what side of the fence that you stand on, if you watch that, there was nothing discriminatory about it. They are stating what their science teacher told them, and they're stating what their faith tells them. Why should they be punished for that? Yes. And so that's what the NCF did. Now, I want to take this time, now that we have a little time, to tell you that there is a court case, and it's coming up May 29th, about our constitutional rights that were infringed upon. And May 29th, I wanted to look out for it. If we put out anything to support us, because you know that they are the masters of propaganda. And they're going to do everything that they can to seek to tear us down on social media when that time comes for the court case. So it's actually May 29th. May 29th is going to be the court case. And you notice they're trying to do all of these cases in the month of May, trying to hurry to finish things because they don't want it too close, I guess, to the election to create any problems for them, right? So I need you to when you see that out there, to really do something about it. Share it when you share it, right? Yeah, Patrick Design says that period was the most evil and nonsensical thing the NCA had ever done. Even the Bible states God created male and female. So you can imagine how confused the children were. If they came up and they were saying something against, to say, that we are to discriminate against them, they mustn't have the same privileges and so on, then I could see the discrimination. But when you're stating your belief, I can't understand. You're right, Pete Wade, that they allow smut in the name of culture. Look at all of this music. Look at the Vibes Cartel and all the different things that is happening. Yeah. So can you imagine? And regardless of which side of the fence you fall, because sometimes what we do is because we believe a certain thing, even if the people are wrong, we can't say that they're wrong because I believe something, my belief system is different. But if what they have done, the principles, so what they have done in terms of the children's constitutional rights, it's wrong. It's wrong. Wrong is wrong. It doesn't matter what it's about. Wrong is wrong. It's like when the young lady had to go to court because she has a sticker that says Free Palestine. Why did they pick on her when there's so many persons are driving around with all kind of stickers on their van, on their vehicle? My husband has a sticker on his vehicle, but nobody ever stops him for that. But she was stopped. And so that is someone has a different belief system than that young lady has. And whether she's Muslim, my understanding is that the young lady was Muslim. I'm not Muslim, but the point is that what was done was wrong. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. Okay? Yes. Now, I want to play classic again. Anybody out there want to hear classic again? Who want to hear classic again? Yeah? You want to hear classic again? Let's hear classic again.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Oh, yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Walaka. Can't drive on the road at night, cause you come with you like so bright, like you won't blame me for spite. It is overbearing. Me and you never had no war. Why you spot the light on me for? Is it accidental or you just so uncaring? Every day you bout me complaining all the things that ain't going right. From now on I will be explaining which place you could spot the light. Spot the light in the parliament and see who is looking out for you or barely fooling we. Spot the light, the right places and find out who is on who's selling out. Don't put it on me, you joke. I don't be at no port when guns coming in. I am sure cowboys and Indians, no, don't put it on me, you idiot. When taxpayers' money waste, don't put it in my face. You better spot the life and who run the place. I don't run the government. I know if they're competent. Don't put it on me, Bozy. Spot the life and the BLP. Oh yeah, yeah. Aye, aye, aye. Balaka, balaka. Blinding you with the LEDs. Them federals doing as they please. Don't tell the authorities I feel violated. Go spot them in the treasury. Then you will see if the economy living off borrowed money that IMF dictated. Light is a great disinfectant. Use it, don't abuse it at night. Cause all that hide in the darkness must come out in the light. Spot the light in the board meetings and see who is representing you, or the rich minority. I want you spot the light in the right places and find out who is standing up for you, or just running them out. Don't put it on me, no way. I don't have any clout, no power, no say, but hey, and I ain't got no land to give away. Don't put it on me, you idiot. One food, another one quick, don't target me one bit. You better spot the light on the cabinet. I may drive and get annoyed. Check my front and touch a boy. Don't put it on me, you insane. You spot the light in the wrong lane. Why, aye, aye. Aye, aye, aye. Balaka, balaka. When you see me on the road at night, make sure that you dim your light. I give you valuable insight. Time for activation. Aim the light, aim it all about. Human cockroaches running out. Places you would never dream about. Need illumination. Wickedness reside in high places. Time for you to make wrong things right. Corruption is hiding dark spaces. In Barbados, let there be light. Spot the light on the police, you can choose. Some are real professional, some protect the shoes. Spot the light in the courtrooms and find out why them hardened criminals bout here walking bout. Don't put it on me, you freak. I can't give a big speech, I've got the whole world, so I'm based. All now I still getting praise. Don't put it on me, you creep. I ain't looking to get at George Street. I know who get cussed or beat. Spot the light out in Robert Street. I never tried to meet with Trump or get St. Philip man to jump. Don't put it on me, you're good. Spot the light in LA Rapport. Crime out here getting worse. Spot the light on the AG first. I ain't laughing out none. Spot the light on the Calypso man. Admiral my degree. Spot the light on my friend Gabby. I know what good for my health. Spot the light by your blinking self.
Spot the light on the AG, spot the light on the BLP, and he said, spot the light on your blinking self. I love it. I love it. I love Calypso. I love it. Oh, it is very cleverly written. Yes. Spot the light on your blinking self. Lights blink, huh? Yes, bright light. So it's it is addressing many issues. Huh? Let's see how far it's going to go. Let's see how far it's going to go. Well, as I said, we are going to start our coverage at 8 o'clock, where our panelists are going to come in. We're also going to pick up some of the coverage from other places as well, and we're going to have a great time over on this side. Okay? Yes, we will. Somebody said this song is a classic. Yes, this song is the bomb. Classic is a real genius. Yes. Yes, well, let's see if the judges think that. Let's see how far it goes. You know? Let's see how far it actually goes. Well, I am going to play a whole set from RPB. So while I do that, can you put in the comment section what is your favorite RPB song? I know you out there you have Gabby, the Gabby loyalist, and then you have the RPB loyalist, and you have the Adrian King, etc. Usually it's between people are either really strong Gabby fans or strong RPB fans. All right, so we're going to play some RPB tonight until we get going for 8 o'clock. All right, when we are going to bring you that by-election coverage. Oh, somebody says raga raga, right? The country's sick. All right, well, um, let's see. So I'm going to set that up now and get going with it. Yeah. All right.
I see people dressed in costume, food and drinking consume. Young people walking up, old people jumping up. Woman with child in hand, chipping behind a costume bag. I see big truck keep coming down, kicking off every sound. So is all I hear, right from the start of day. All color, creed and class, moving together, making mark.
Everybody get up, man. Get up in your house. Get up in your house.
I don't understand one thing when I try to listen to a dub song. I tried and I tried and I tried and I tried and I know that something wrong. Every time the DJ decide to play, one hand go up in the air. Everybody chanting, doing the bogle. Oh, what an atmosphere! But all I hear. I hear it, the singing, the chanting, the shouting. Even when I move a little closer, put me here close to the speaker. Turn up the radio louder. You know I just can't decipher. I went to a fete by after dark, man, you know that fete was the best. From the time I reached by the door, I felt a bassline pounding in the chest. This stuff music is really sweet, you know I just can't deny. The young and the old are singing it, and not me, don't care how I try. All I hear. I hear it, they're singing, they're chanting, they're shouting. Even when I move a little closer, put me ear close to the speaker. Turn up the radio louder. You know I just can't decipher.
I don't understand that part.
You want to tell ya? I hear it, they're singing, they're chanting, they're shouting. Even when I move a little closer, put me ear close to the speaker. Turn up the radio louder. You know I just can't decipher. From the time you come out, see my car party.
This is one of my favorites, to be honest. This is one of my favorites. I'll find my brother. Where are you?
Me brother left home, he ran away. Last thing is in Joseph, so the people say. I find it funny that he can't be found, unless he is hiding somewhere on the ground. Can't find me brother, I search night and day, all around the country, I search everywhere. I search bush all and back all and can't find me brother. Eagle all and market all and can't find me brother. Green all and pop all and Other fellas left home and ran away too. And I must tell you, they were quite a few. But there was no problem in packing them down. Find them and return them back home safe and sound. My brother is different, so it will not fear. Sometimes I don't wonder if he still is there. I just put all and back, all and can't find me brother. Eagle all and I get all and can't find me brother. Gray all and pop all and can't find me brother. Check all the best one all and can't find me brother. I search the big kingdom hall, I search the big dance hall. Rock hall, ash hall, rat hall, white hall. Me I checked out every single hall, but can't find me brother at all. Oh yeah. If you ever see him, please give me a call. Either up in Bayfield or at Golden Hall. I'll ask the police and defense force to help me. I want to see the brother, I'm missing badly. I knew that they had a hall, so I went to see. To find it was Jerry, disappointed me. I said push all and find all and can't find me brother. Eagle all and I get all and can't find me brother. Green all and pop all and can't find me brother. Check them all to the front hall and can't find me brother. I search the big kingdom hall, I search the big dance hall. Rock hall, ash hall, track hall, white hall. Me, I checked out every single hall, but can't find me brother at all. Can't find me brother. Can't find me brother. Can't find me brother. Can't find me brother. Look under me cellar. Can't find me brother. Man, I ask me neighbor. Can't find me brother. All over Bathsheba. Can't find me brother. Check the undertaker. Can't find me brother. 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 Bobby is the dog. Can't find me brother. He the camp when you talk. Can't find me brother. I can look so real, man. Can't find me brother. Mister. Can't find me brother. 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 Look under me cellar. Can't find me brother. Man, I ask me neighbor. Can't find me brother. All over Bathsheba. Can't find me brother. Check the undertaker. Can't find me brother. 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 Look under me cellar. Can't find me brother. Man, I ask me neighbor. Can't find me brother. All over Bathsheba. Can't find me brother. Check the undertaker. Can't find me brother. The country sick, the country in well. See it as a person and then you will tell. Look at the whole body, check it carefully, examine it thoroughly, and I am sure you'll agree with me. in head is getting better. With these symptoms, I go no further. The country has high blood pressure. Clearly, you can see this country ain't exactly. Now you can tell the country is well. Oh, ay, 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 I'm no doctor, and may never be. But at school I was very good in biology, the anatomy, and physiology. All of these things you see are very familiar to me. The hands, they work very hard. Sometimes they end up in cast, not fully respected for their task. The hands are the working class. Oh yes, this period is damn rough. It's tough on the uterus. Pregnant with unemployment pressure, but we had to induce labor. Enough has to be the sewage plant and also sanitation. When it strikes that a serious case of diarrhea or constipation, the system is under attack. But no moving as a diplomat. The system will crack us up. Now you see why they call it wrong. The immune system not secure in my opinion. The body's defense is of course police and defense force. Promiscuity living in, we need protection these days. We taking too long to amend our ways. That is why this country has it. Clearly, you can see this country ain't exactly. Now you can tell the country is well. Oh, ay, 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 oh. You may wonder, how can it survive? Can somebody who is so sick stay alive? It's a miracle that the good Lord is performing. We have to give thanks and praise, cause somehow we are surviving. The bones of the skeleton, the framework of the body, got together cause the governments are so there's no love, there's no unity. The skin, 90% black, mix up the spots all over. Psychological medication, you look we don't like our own color. The body has malignant cancer, and also a life so. Colonialism and slavery still tormenting us like before. The fecal transport system has taken case of rheumatism. They run out the hell they like. Some days they don't move for spine. The spine has to be our tourist industry, backbone of the economy, so we can be paralyzed easily. The body surviving, but really ain't bending over its pain. It needs support to stand strong again, but cannot depend on its case. Clearly, you can see this country ain't exactly. Now you can tell the country is well. I love you, Bill. I am proud of you. Many left your shores to live in big city, but that's not the case with me. Some call you bad and cry you down. Certainly not me. Of the soil I am a true son. I know my children may not reach prestigious high school, but for the big boys own to go, it has become a rule. And when they grow up, they may hardly find a job. And in broad daylight, they may be raped or robbed. And if we can find someone after searching few days, well, no problem at all. We can find them dead in a cell. I know that them foreigners really taking over slowly. They start with one street in the city. But even if them Yankees bringing cadavers to frighten me, they can't move me. I ain't leaving this country. I ain't going nowhere. It's here I intend to stay. And if it rise or fall, I ain't leaving this land at all. I love you, Bim. I am proud of you. I'll do my part as a true citizen and be loyal to the island. I'll stick to my roots for as long as I live, and day by day is my best I intend to give. I know I may be beaten badly by the law, and I may not even be the one that they're looking for. And some conductors really know a lot of tricks. Just one plastic bag can put money in your pockets. I know administration stinks at the transport board. The government police the state, government buses off the road. We can get to Coney Islands to put on the same spot. More madmen are out than you can find down there in Black Rock. But even if one beat me bad, like oh one be sleepy, they can't move me. I ain't leaving this country. I ain't going nowhere. It is here I intend to stay. And if it rise or fall, I ain't leaving this land at all. I love you, Bim. Plastic bag is proud of you. Throughout the Caribbean, oh how you played your part. Bim, you hold a special place in my heart. Then why should I run away and roam when it's right here? That is my sweet little home. If I am a Kaisonian, I must abstain from politics. I must not even cry out when they're cutting my tail with licks. And if I am a teacher, they may suspend me wrongfully. But at school I can drink the whiskey once I remove the label, you see. If I want to get rich quickly, I only have to become MP. But as a hawker or fisherman, they may try to mama guide me. 1% of my salary, they take and call it transport levy. And if I decide to drive taxi, I may be called dirty. But even if housing carry away my furniture's wrongfully, they can't move me. I ain't leaving this country. I ain't going nowhere. It's here I intend to stay. And if it rise or fall, I ain't leaving this land at all.
Well, folks, I tell you, I know you're enjoying that. You enjoyed that, didn't you? Oh, Lordy, I tell you, I told you I wasn't feeling well, but sometimes you do the opposite of how you feel. So I felt like I said, my bones, because I'm getting little pains in my body, probably some little bug. And just getting up and dancing, I start to feel a little better. I'm drinking teas and all of that. But, sometimes you do the opposite of what your body says, right? And folks, I'm telling you, it's a real pleasure being here with you tonight. And Dave is here. Dave is here, and we are going to go. We're going to start our coverage because I like to do things on time. I am not seeing all of our panelists as yet, and I know they're getting ready. They've sent me messages and they're trying to get in. But the best thing that can happen, is all of us. Okay, okay, they're coming in. I know, faithful. Can I just pause and let's say thanks to those who in church we would say labor among us, the Rose Corbins, the Glenn Murray, who unfortunately is not going to be able to make it tonight. You believe that? He's not going to be able to make it tonight. Maxine McLean, she's with her, I'm sure with her party, but I'm going to send her the link that she knows she can pop on here. Miss McLean, if you're listening, we're going to send you the link, but out of respect, I didn't send you the link, ma'am, because I know you will be with your party. Okay. And I want to thank God for Miss McLean, Dr. Ferdinand, who gives so much, and an excellent moderator, very excellent moderator. I mean, when Rose comes with, she's timely, right? Timely, but when she drop it, it's hot. She drop it like it's hot. We have Don Leacock is in the house, so we have the youth as well. We're hoping that Shaquani will be able to join us. If our party, based on what's happening with them, I'm hoping that she would be able to join us as well. Nigel Newton is supposed to join us. I know he might be having some technical issues, which I know Dave will help him to sort out. But and they're coming in. We also Stephen Strickland, he is in New York, and he says, Marcy, I'm going to do my best to be on. So we brought on everybody tonight. Everybody is on here tonight. Apostle Canterbury is on tonight as well. Listen, this is an amazing night with all of your favorite people, because I know you have your favorites. I know you have your favorite. Yeah, I see. I know V Hoy would be asking for Miss McLean. Miss McLean is going to depends. It depends on what's happening with her party and if she's going to be able to come on. Okay. I try to defer to that and not have her pulling in different directions. All right. We who are on tonight, we're not members of the DLP. We are not candidates and all of that. So we can be on. And I don't know, I'm hoping that one of the independent candidates will be able to join. And I'm just speaking, hoping that more of our panelists will come on. I'm hoping so. Anybody on here tonight, while I can see that they're settling themselves, is there anybody on here tonight that voted? We can talk about it now, okay? I was told 8 o'clock should be a good time. Let me check my phone to see those legal minds that if they told me something else. And I always check with the lawyers, guys. You know why I do that? This platform is too important to Barbados, to us to mess it up. Yeah? It's too important to Barbados. So I'm just going to send a message, just double checking. I like to do that because we're not going to mess this up. This is our platform. The platform for the people. Can you believe I'm feeling better already? I know, I believe Dr. Ferdinand was praying for me, and all of you guys were praying. I start to feel better. The stomach is feeling better. I still have the 2 Panadols in my hand. I'm going to take them very, very soon. But let me just check with, I believe the 8 o'clock is a good time because I see that Starcom is starting at 8 o'clock as well. Yeah, so I sent that message. Okay. So loyal opposition, loyal opposition. Listen, we tried. We said we wanted to expand the opposition. Did that happen? Did that happen? Well, let me welcome Dr. Ferdinand and John. Let me see the thumbs up, please. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And they are ready. Good night, good night, good night. Dr. Ferdinand, Nichols, our host, excellent host. And we have Don Leacock. He's such a bright mind. Such a bright mind. We love you, Don Leacock. I was so happy when you messaged me this morning that you could come on. I love when I have to deal with the young people. I wish Theory could have been on and some of the others as well. But you know what? You're here and we're happy to have you. Good night, gentlemen.
Well, good night, Marcia. A real joy to be back with you again. I think this is the first that I've been on 3 nights in a row. But this is a special night, regardless of the direction that it goes. Of course, we are hoping that it goes a particular direction. We are praying that that be the case, that we can hold government's feet to the fire more aggressively and make them a more accountable and transparent entity. There are some questions I have concerning some of the events today that I overheard, and some concerns, but we'll get into that, I guess, as the night progresses. But also good to see you too, Don. I don't get to see you very much since we contested the cybercrime bill in the United Nations, and good to see you again tonight.
Oh boy, Don, we can't hear you. No, he's not muted.
He's not muted? Okay.
No, we're just not able to hear. Guys, please share up the live. We're going to go in depth tonight. You know how it goes, and we want you to be involved as well. That's a good thing about this show. You understand? We want you to be involved as well. Don, we're still not hearing you. You might want to go out and come back in. Check your headphones. I know you're not wearing any headphones. Thing. But Dr. Ferdinand, how did you spend your day? Did you go up to St. James North?
Unfortunately, I did not go up to St. James North, Marcia. I've had an exceptionally hectic day. I have power of attorney for my daughter, and I had to complete a number of issues to deal with her, some businesses and some business aspects that she was involved in. But of course, because of her responsibilities at her workplace, she wasn't able to do them. So I've spent pretty well most of the day trying to help to address some of the challenges that she's had. I believe that you never stop being a parent, I guess, Marcia. You never stop being a dad.
Yeah,
it just seems the older they get, the more they're dependent on you.
Yeah, correct. Now, you said you had waiting on Rose CORBIN. I can see that her camera is still off, so I'm waiting for her to put her camera on and give me the thumbs up that she's able to come into the studio. Yes, and Dawn is back. Mrs. CORBIN, can you just give me a thumbs up that you are ready, ma'am? You were ready? You were ready from this morning.
She was ready from yesterday.
Okay. She dropped out. What's going on here tonight? Okay, let's try Dawn. Good night, Dawn.
Hey, good night, Marcia. Good night.
There you are. There you are.
Not sure what's happening with my laptop tonight, so we're just gonna be on the phone.
Yes. Well, we can hear you, which is important. Now, I'm going to go to Dr. Ferdinand. Dr. Ferdinand, you said there were some questions that you had, etc. Today, as you read about what was happening, because you yourself were not in St. James North today. What are some of those questions?
Well, first, one of them had to do with an interview I saw today with Barbados today with one of the people who voted in the campaign during the period of polling. And the person indicated who they voted for and why they voted for that individual. And I thought that was something that I don't believe is generally allowed on the election day. My second concern had to do with a report that I heard over VOB concerning some comments that were made by political scientists when they related the fact that there were some long lines turning up at the polling stations, and that individual, while they admitted that generally a large turnout favors the challenging party, in their opinion, the long lines were supportive of the incumbent or the government. And I felt that that was somewhat disingenuous over the airwaves at the time. I have raised the question with someone from Voice of Barbados, which is where I heard it, and they didn't think that it violated anything. Of course, I'm not 100% sure of all that is encapsulated within the laws at this time, but I did raise it with them, and they're going to question some other persons with regards to it, just to see what the feelings are with regards to that particular thing. But those two areas did give me a little cause for concern. And one other that I think the leader of the opposition addressed was that one or two people were actually denied the opportunity to vote. And I think he's taken that up. But I found that was a little curious on the basis of the report that I received.
Yes, yes, yes. I sent to a lawyer that interview on Barbados Today.
Oh, right,
And
you saw it as well.
yes, and the
Yeah.
lawyer said that it's prohibited. And I'm just waiting for Dave to be able to put this up so we can hear the interview. But just so you heard on the Marcia Weekes Show, I spoke with a lawyer today, and the lawyer wrote back and tells me that, and this is a senior lawyer, that kind of information on the airwaves on election day is prohibited. That's what we were told. Don
Okay.
Don LEACOCK, can you give us your general overview of today?
Since we're on the topic of concerns, I could just jump right in there. CBC were very quick to point out that the DLP still had up a couple of flyers all around the constituency. That's not supposed to be happening. But I just want everybody that the BLP current government in the last election didn't take down any posters at all in the last general election. So I mean, it's very much the pot calling the kettle black. And yeah, the concerns of people of reputable media houses posting people's opinions. There's nothing wrong with opinions. Most of the videos are going to be something along the lines of, well, I voted for the candidate who I think is going to help me and my family. I voted for the candidate who, you could even say something as crazy as I voted for the candidate who gave me money. But you can't ever say who that candidate is. You should never be able to say who that candidate is. Because they're human beings. We might not even realize how much we study these things, but we are a herd mentality. We're a herd people. We're just like sheep. If you hear 1,000 people saying they're going to vote for X and only 500 people saying they're going to vote for Y, well, you obviously going to vote for X. So we cannot have anybody publicly saying, okay, yes, I supported this person today. Yes, that's campaigning, and that is against the law, as we all know.
Yes, yes. And listen, do you all know that Don's dad was a DPP? What's his name? Mr. Charles LEACOCK, right?
Yes, Mr. Charles LEACOCK, a very serious DPP as well.
Yes, and we're going to go into that issue a little later. But let me just see, Rose, give me a thumbs up, Rose, if you're ready. I don't think she's hearing me. Okay, she's not hearing me. It's Rose, give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yes. Now, we're all doing so many different things today. But Don, did you go down to St. James North today?
Not today. I was just too busy working, and I'm all the way in Oistins on the other side of the island, so I didn't get a chance to go and really see the atmosphere or anything. Did you guys go?
No, I didn't go. So I was reading up what was actually happening there. Now I don't know if Dave is in a position to put up the graph for St. James North, Don and Mr. Dr. Ferdinand, and we can take a look at the numbers that we had. I don't know if Don, if you have them ready, or if Dave can help me with that.
Numbers, what specific numbers do you mean?
The numbers for St. James North 2022 and 2018, right? and we want to take a look at those numbers. And in those years, there was a low voter turnout. We know that. I think that in 2022 it was a little over 50%. We'll calculate it. The numbers are there of how much the BLP, how many votes they had, and how many votes the DLP had, and how many votes the independent candidates had in St. James North. But I'm just waiting to see if Dave is able to put that up, because I think it's important for us to look at that, to get a full picture of what is going on and what to probably expect. Dr. Ferdy and Don. Don, you have those numbers there.
Numbers, yeah. So for 2022, we had Edmund Hinkson versus Charles Worrell of the DLP. Edmund Hinkson got 2,536 votes, or
how much was it?
2,536 votes. 80% of the vote. And the DLP candidate Charles Worrell got 608 votes, which was 19% of the vote.
About 19. And what about the independent?
No, there were only two candidates. No,
only and that was which year?
This was 2022, the last election.
Right.
So this number will be important as well, Marcia. They had a voter turnout of 3,144 votes.
3,144. While yes, 3,000. Okay, so we have it here on the screen. While the total number of potential voters in that constituency, I believe, is about 8,500.
Yeah, so that's very, very low.
Very low. That's actually below the 50%.
Below half. That's right.
But Marcia, I think overall in the 2022 election, only 39% of the registered voters voted, I believe.
Yes, it's almost 40, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking 39-40% of the entire electorate for the entire country.
Yeah, for the whole country.
Yeah, and that's understandable in the sense that, of course, we were going through a COVID period, but what was even more poignant was the fact that we had about 15,000 people in quarantine, and no provision was made for them to exercise their constitutional right and privilege to vote in 2022. Now, give grant that this election occurred in 2022, the same time the Bahamas was having their election in 2022. And Prime Minister Ingram in the Bahamas made facilitation for every single Bahamian to vote, even those who were quarantined. But that privilege or that right was denied to something like 15,000 voters in Barbados. When one looks at the differentiation in terms of some of the constituencies where, Marcia, if you go back to a situation that occurred with Oenatha and LEACOCK, one vote decided in terms of the Lord eventually having to step in and name the winner. One vote decided. So when you have 15,000 people can't vote, you can see what potentially happened in 2020.
Yes. Well, thank you, Dr. Ferdinand, for that piece of information. Don, so you gave us the numbers for 2022. So though I'm looking at the graph, it doesn't have the actual numbers here. So 2018, we had some independence in there in 2018. So how did Hinkson do in 2018?
Right. So, well, we had 4 political parties, no outright independent. But in 2018, Edmund Hinkson won again, got 3,716 votes.
3,750.
16.
Yeah. Okay.
83% of the vote. So from 2022, he lost 3% of the vote.
So in 2022, he lost 3% because he was only 3,144. And I think it's important for us. So I like numbers, and I know you too, Don. And I think the numbers will tell us the story. Help to tell the story, and that 3% that he lost could be because of COVID, or it could be people just disinterested in the process. I'm not sure. Yes.
Actually, Marcia, he got 3,758 in 2018, but he got 2,536 in 2022, not 3,144.
Yes, 2005.
3,144
Yes.
was the total number of votes. So he
Yeah.
lost a he lost close to
Yes.
900 or close to 1,000 votes for 2022.
Yeah.
Right. Close
But
to 1,000 for 2022. Interesting. Go ahead. And let me just welcome Dr. Apostle Canterbury, and welcome. Good night, sir.
Good night to you, Madam Weekes, and to your panel tonight. Great to be here on the show, and thank you for the invitation again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a pleasure having you. And I'm just going to go to Don, and then we're going to come back, and we're talking about these the differences in terms of the numbers, because a whole almost 1,000. He lost over 1,000 votes.
1222 exactly.
1222 votes, 1,222 votes. So, Don, what did the DLP do in 2018?
So it's worth mentioning as well, turnout, the voter turnout. Because the turnout in 2018 was significantly higher as well. So
Okay.
for me, a good barometer is always like, what percentage of the vote did you get? 'Cause you know what?
Can you speak a little louder, Don? Somehow we're losing you.
You know, is this better?
Yes, it sounds better.
Yes. So right in 2018, sorry. Yes, Edmund Hinkson got 3,716 votes. Harcourt Husbands, who represented the DLP, got 592 votes, which was 13% of the vote. David Walron, who was from Solutions Barbados, got 76 votes, which was slightly less than 2% of the vote. And Granville Cobham, who was from UPP, got 54 votes, which was slightly more than 1% of the vote.
Okay. Now, we noticed that the DLP, they they had an increase in 2022, even though there was a low voter turnout. They had an increase, and I don't know if that could be because there were no independents there.
Possibly. That's that's very interesting to maybe. Or yes, because Eddie did lose votes himself. So less people voted for Eddie than they did the time before. But and less people voted, but the DLP did gain some momentum. So it shows that, for example, if Eddie was running again today, he would have lost a significant amount of votes again today.
Yes, if we follow these trends.
Yes, if we follow these current trends.
These current trends. Okay, Miss Rose Corbin, you have to give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yeah, she's not hearing me at all. Okay, all right. So she's ready. Okay, all right. So let me hear from the Apostle Canterbury. We're here looking at these trends and looking at what is happening, etc. My first question to you: did you go down to St. James North today?
Well, I don't actually have to go in St. James North. I am actually in St. James North.
Ah, you live there.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm a North person, true and true. So so I'm already here. So yes.
Yes. Well, since you're in St. James North, did you actually did you vote today?
Well, actually, Madam Weekes, I vote in St. Peter, which is my main parish. Okay, but my support, for those who would like to know, my support is with Felicia Dujon for sure. And I made no comments about that. Just want to make that abundantly clear. But so far in the conversation tonight, I heard a number of things that I think they're very critical to election in Barbados. There's what I call a political psychology that both parties are aware of as it relates to election in Barbados. And I heard Reverend Ferdinand spoke about the atrocity that was committed in 1984 between Sybil Leacock and Owen Arthur. And as I said to you on a previous broadcast, that one of the punchlines that the Democratic Labour Party should have used, and I was glad when I saw the video with Felicia with Sybil Leacock, because the majority of St. James North was and is still pretty much Democratic Labour Party. And I'll tell you this based on psychology that I know. If you look at the result of St. Peter, you'll see that Colin Jordan lost close to 1,700 votes to the previous election. And this is when Barbados Labour Party voters aren't happy with the performance of the representative. When they're not happy, half of the party faithful will come out and vote. That's what happens. Okay, so there's a percentage of the Barbados Labour Party voters that no matter whether the candidate performs good or not, they are all about their party winning. They don't care about performance. They don't care about whether you see the candidate or not. All they are about is the Barbados Labour Party winning. That's all they care about. So you'll get that voter turnout. Now, what happened, as I said to you, in 1984, after Mr. Arthur won well, let me say this openly, after Mr. Arthur and the Prime Minister at the time, Tom Adams, stole the election from Sybil Leacock. Okay, you can't have a case where you count votes and a person wins by 4, then you count the same votes and then the person loses by.
So let me hasten to say that you remember Mr. Glenn Murray, I mean, you know, who was part of the team. He shares a different view, and so there's also a different view up there that they won fair and square. Okay.
No, there was no reality of Mr. Arthur winning fair and square. Absolutely none. And as I said to what the gentleman told me, but he's not the only person that I spoke with about that election and what happened in that election. He was only one of the persons that I spoke with in relation to it happening. I personally spoke to Sybil Leacock, and I spoke to individuals surrounding that entire fiasco that took place here in St. Peter. But I want to move on to what Mr. Arthur did to show you that it wasn't fair. He took the boundary line. The boundary line of St. James North begins over by Cobbler's Cove Hotel, which is by an area called Scanterbury's River. Okay.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. And what he did is that he went from Cobbler's Cove, he went up behind Bristol, went over to the bottom of the Win, okay, and then turned right at the junction at Station Hill in St. Peter, went up to Ashton Hall. So all of Ashton Hall, all of the zone into Mile and a Quarter, then he cut across the main road to Mile and a Quarter, across to Whitehall, Richmond's, right across to Bakers. Then he turned up below the Bakers line, came across at the bottom of Black Bess, went across to where we have Turtleback Ridge, parts of Scion Hill, and then came back down. He left areas like Black Bess, which is a very hot spot for the Barbados Labour Party. He left all of the areas that Barbados Labour Party voters are known to be. He left those in St. Peter, and he cut off all of the Democratic Labour Party support for Sybil Leacock that was in Ashton Hall, in the zone, in those areas, and structured it so that a Democratic Labour Party candidate can never win in St. Peter again. So you have roughly right now between 4,000 to 6,000 active Barbados Labour Party supporters in St. Peter versus 22 to 2,500 Democratic Labour Party supporters. That's what Mr. Arthur did. Okay, and that was not fair, because a place a community like Black Bess and Mangrove should have been in St. James North.
Yeah.
Okay, Black Bess should not be in St. Peter.
St. Peter,
because
but so you're thinking there's the gerrymandering occurred there in favor of the BLP. Well, thank you for that history.
Correctly. Correct.
There. Let me go to Rose Corbin, because we're trying to keep our comments succinct so that it actually flows as a conversation. But that history, I believe, is very, very important, because Apostle, while I was with the first day I went there to do some recording for the Marcia Weekes Show, when they were canvassing, and you heard it from the people. They told me the story, the people there, and there's Sybil LEACOCK, her relative came out and told me the same thing that you just said. So it's interesting. Let me go to Miss Corbin. Miss Corbin, welcome. And we're sorry about those technical issues that you had, but I know you've been ready from last night. So don't give us a full 100 right now. Just give us your general overview of the day, and if you have any comments on the numbers. Welcome, ma'am. Wow, we're not hearing you, Mrs. Corbin. Not hearing. We really hope we can hear you. She's been ready from yesterday, I tell you.
Yeah, my computer wasn't working either. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Suggest to her to get it on the phone. If you could WhatsApp the stream link to her and tell her to open it on her phone.
One of the problems in StreamYard that she may be having, Marcia, is that when you log in and you actually go into settings, you have to select which device you're going to be using for microphone and which device you're going to be using for headphones.
Yes.
And
okay.
Maybe
Thank
she's
you so
not.
much.
She's not.
Probably she's not doing that. Thank you so much. Well, let's hear from Mr. Nigel Newton, who actually was an independent candidate in 2022. Sir, in St. Philip, is that North? St. Philip
That
North.
makes two of us.
Two of you, yes, you were St. George. So welcome, Mr. Newton. What's your general feel about today? Did you go to St. James North? Were you there today or any day? Yes, just give us your quick overview, please.
Well, good night to the panel and all the members of the loyal opposition. No, I did not go to St. James during the period of time because this is now 3 weeks that I have been without transportation. So I am more or less immobile. But I was in contact with some of my friends because I'm very familiar with the Westmoreland, Sion Hill, Rockdundo area of St. James. So I was in communication with quite a few of my friends down there. And the day, I would say, I'm pretty satisfied with the day. What transpired during the day. I didn't hear any report of any major problem like violence or major disagreement, that type of thing. I think it went on pretty quiet and cool, and I am anticipating the results of today's election, because it is my sincere hope that Miss Felicia Dujon bring home the bacon, so to speak.
Bring over the bacon. Well, yes. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Newton, and it's great to have you on again. Great to hear your voice. Let me go to Don. Don and I, we are numbers people, and we look at trends. He's a CPA. I'm a CPA. I love the numbers. The others of you will fill in other areas. But let me ask you, Don. Looking at these numbers, these trends. Well, it's only 2 years. It would have been good if we also had 2013. It would be good as well. Yes, go ahead, Don. Somebody's phone is going off.
No, go ahead, Marcia.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, Don. looking at these 2 years, and then we're going to try to find the information for 2013 as well, or the viewers, they're part of this too. If you have that information, we only had the graph for the 2 years. Don, what do you think this number is really telling us?
I mean, we are the opposition, Marcia. Everybody here would love a candidate. Some people want Dujon specifically. Others might want whether it's Alex or the independent candidate. But since we're all members of the loyal opposition, we definitely want someone who's not a member of the Barbados Labour Party to win. That being said, the Barbados Labour Party in the last election did get 80% of the vote. So it is going to be extremely hard to flip that. Numbers. If we just look at the numbers, it's going to be extremely hard to flip that. That doesn't mean it's not possible. Felicia DeJong did a lot of work. She really put in time. The whole Democratic Labour Party, which is the strongest opposition party in the country, they put time and effort into it. Hopefully they are rewarded. But I mean, I'm a numbers man. I'm a betting man as well. And sadly, if I was to make a bet, it would have to be for the big man, Chad Blackman. And I'm gonna say that to say there were a lot of things that really guaranteed his probability of winning. The government has used a lot of public funds to essentially pay for votes. The government has released this $300 one-time payment to all Bajans all across the country. So many different people, even Andre World in Parliament itself, said that this was an election bribe. I completely agree with that because there's absolutely no reason. She copied the Guyanese president, Irfan Ali, who gave away, I believe it was 2,000 Barbados dollars to every single Guyanese citizen. But Marcia, there's a gigantic difference between Guyana and Barbados. The Guyanese government makes billions with a B dollars in oil revenue. So they have an obligation to quote unquote share the wealth with their citizens. But Marcia, where is all this money that Barbados is making? Where is all this wealth that Mia is claiming that she is sharing? Mia's borrowing.
Good
It's
question.
loans.
Good
It's
question.
loans.
That's what I said. Mia's borrowing from the IMF, giving it out to people in the hopes that they vote for her. And then 20 years from now, my children and your children are going to have to pay it back for it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Don, you're essentially saying that that they basically paid for this election. There were some particular things that they did to ensure that that they get the victory. And
Well,
one
even think about it too. The current candidate, Chad Blackman, he was Minister of Education up until what, 3 weeks ago, up until when the race started, because they wanted to look also prim and proper that he can't be running an election and a minister at the same time. But we all know, regardless of whether he wins or loses tonight, he's going to be Minister of Education tomorrow
Yeah, that was
again.
announced.
Yeah. So he is using his portfolio. He wants to start a technology hub in St. James North. That's taxpayer money. Taxpayer money is going to fund that hub. So it's very unfair because Felicia Dijon, Alex Mitchell, and the other lady, apologies for not
Stephanie Williams,
they don't have taxpayer money to campaign with, Marcia. So this is not a fair fight. The BLP are using taxpayer money to campaign. It's outrageous. Like this level of public in your face taxpayer money being spent to buy votes. Well, I'm very young, so I ain't even see that many elections before. But I've never seen it before in my short lifetime. I don't know if it used to happen in the past or not, but it is extremely concerning in this 29-1 majority that this government sees the need to stoop as low as spending the hard-earned taxpayer money just to make up some votes. To me.
Yes. Let me bring Mrs. Corbin in. Mrs. Corbin, good night. Let's see if we can hear your voice. Wow, we're having the same problem.
Yeah. Well, Marcia, do you mind if I just make one comment?
Yes.
And I agree so much with what was said just now. But over here in St. James North, it is so disturbing to realize that this candidate had two different sizes of posters. Two different sizes. There was what we would call a regular size, and then there was a larger size. So they posted two sets of posters during the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
And I did mention that, as he said, it was not a fair campaign. You could see from the very beginning that it was not going to be a very fair campaign. So there were areas where there were 2 and 3, and in some cases 4 and 5 posters on one pole, and literally no room for the Democratic Labor Party to have, room to put them. And I think you posted a video where her posters were covered over. Okay,
yes.
So you can see that this was never going to be a fair election. Now, the other aspect of this that I think is very important, because I saw it in St. Peter when I campaigned, and I was told by several individuals in St. Peter that I know personally are involved in the drug distribution industry. Let me try to put it that way.
Drug dealers.
He could be a pharmacist, Marcia. He could have been a pharmacist.
He's just being diplomatic.
Trying to, so I met with them during the time, and both of them basically said the same thing to me. They said, if you want to win in St. Peter, you have to come and give the guys something to work with. And on one occasion, I met one of them, and he showed me a like a whole wad of money that he had just received, and it was probably, he told me, this is about $5,000-6,000 I got here right now. So he said, Scant, you got to come and give the fellas something. So on that level, I don't think the Democratic Labor Party is going to be able to compete with that. And rightfully, they should not engage in that type of activity, because you do not want to be the winner of an election based on corruption and based on trickery. Because if that is the foundation of your campaign, that is what you're going to have to bring to the people. Okay, so if you start by buying votes and doing all of these things, and as I said, I spoke to 2 individuals that had received funds to give out to their guys on the block to make sure that they voted a certain way. So
yes.
I don't see, and in St. James North, you do have very heavy areas that are, quite involved in the whole drug industry,
Yeah.
And I know that for certain. And I know that there are hot spots in St. James North. And
that is happening as well. But let me just finish that thought, and I'm going to bring Dr. Ferdinand in to comment on whether he thought it was a fair election, and if so, if not, why. Go ahead, just complete your thought, and then we go to Dr. Ferdinand.
So with the reality that you're dealing with several very heavy known drug areas in St. James North, and from my experience, knowing what is done, I don't think the Democratic Labor Party is going to be able to compete in that aspect of it if it was actually done. So moving forward, this is not a fair election, and I've seen that from the very beginning. But my hopes, based on the fact that I've heard many individuals across St. James North said it's time for change. We need to do something. We need to move this government. We need to move forward. On that premise alone, I think that she stands a very good chance if those people continue to maintain their resolve, and if they voted based on that resolve. I think this is going to be a very, very good election.
Yeah, thank you. And you're bringing your personal experience in it because
Yes, ma'am.
you also were a candidate, independent, I might add, and that's something
Well,
noticed tonight. All of
well,
these
I've never ran as an independent candidate.
oh,
I have an established political party called the New Barbados Kingdom Alliance, or the NBKA. And for the record, Sybil Leacock is the one who notarized our policy. So I've never ran
ah,
as an independent.
right,
I've
and
never ran as an
thanks for that
independent.
correction because I'm also
Yes, ma'am.
wrong for the other three that they ran under a party, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Ferdinand and also Nigel Newton, APP, and Don. You have your own party. Is it? You
Nope,
are
not me. I truly independent. Yeah.
you're truly independent. Don Leacock, Don
Okay.
Not me.
Don Leacock. Okay, so that's and that's what this is a place of opposition. You know, we don't have any DLP sitting here. So let me ask you, Dr. Ferdinand, do you agree with that there is it has not been fair? It has not been has not been a fair elections, and if so, why?
Well, I think the closing of last night, Marcia, should send a message that it's not a fair election.
Mhm.
When you move the regathering from St. John on the closing night of the St. James North campaign to Folkestone, it is clear that it is not a fair fight because you are using taxpayers' money again. The event regathering is supposed to be a national event that the taxpayers of Barbados pay for. And people need to remember that when we talk about government, government doesn't have any money, you know. Government does not have a bank account. Does government uses taxpayers' money to do whatever it has to do, except in the context of an election, parties are supposed to raise their own funding and work from that funding. What was clearly evident it was last night was not the case. Last night was
Mhm.
a case of using clear as daylight. You can't nobody can argue or object about with that matter. It was a
Yes.
clear case of using Barbados taxpayers' money to close your election campaign in St. George North.
Wow. This is
Um,
yeah.
you hear people talking about the $300 buyout, and they had announced that during the budget, and it raises significant questions on the aspects of integrity and morality when one sees them hold the disbursement of that money, because that could have been disbursed the very next day based on the prime minister's rhetoric concerning the availability of funds. Okay, that could have been disbursed, but it was
Mhm.
strategically held until this election and released just before the elections.
Mhm.
And as a result of that, it is clear, it sends a very clear message that you are dealing with an administration. And I'll give you a grant, you know, I want to say that it is not always a case of this being the only administration that has done these things. I mean, if you've been
Yeah.
around elections long enough, you will know that in the past we have had government do this on more than one occasion.
I'm
So
not sure
nothing new
about
for
giving
this.
away money nationally,
Not
though.
that way. No, no, no. I'm not talking
Okay.
about that. I'm talking in the context of using taxpayers' funding
Yes, yes.
to do election processes and so forth in the name or in the guise of X, Y, or Z. And I
Yes,
don't
yes.
want to get into that.
Thank you, Dr. Ferdinand. But and you know, Nigel Newton, do you think that that electorate is really understanding what is going on? Do you think the electorate understands that that this St. James North was primarily run, you know, funded by state funds? This is what we believe on here. We because based on what we see, so we are asserting that. That is a big possibility. I
Yes.
did so I'm into numbers again, Don, and we did some calculations and so on, and we believe that that campaign is between almost up to about $500,000 Barbados dollars spent in St. James North alone. You know that by election. Nigel, do you think that the electorate is understanding what's going on?
I don't think so. I don't think that they truly understand because um, quite a few of, well, in fact, we know that we know about the party line where the electorate are, you know, divided between B and the LP. Okay,
Mhm.
and I think that those who are committed to the DLP will vote. Those who are to the DLP, they seem, while they may be concerned, they don't demonstrate, to me, they don't demonstrate the level of commitment to the process. Okay, but in terms of the idea of freedom of a free and fair election, I never believed that over the years. I never believed that Bar- elections in Barbados or anywhere else for that matter in the world, I don't believe that they are truly free, because you have the idea of, or you have special interest groups and persons who are secretly funding election campaigns. And then we know here in Barbados how it is done, where when the elections are funded, then payback time comes. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think though, and in terms of the election and the government or the prime minister, I think the time has come when we must limit the power of political parties.
Right, and we'll get into that a little bit, a little bit. Hold, stick a pin, and write that down, okay? So we'll get back to that. But let me welcome Adrian Hinds with us, and I know Miss Corbin is trying to work out her issue, and we'll be open for Miss Corbin to call in. Miss Corbin, if you're listening, Mrs. Corbin, call in because we want to hear your voice. But Adrian, I want to change the topic a little bit. On the eve of the election, I believe it was the eve, you can correct me, guys, the prime minister did something very, very strange. She started to speak about the shooting on Kadument,
On Spring Garden.
on Spring Garden.
Yeah.
And she did it at a political meeting. I am trying to understand why. What does she think? What's the political capital of that? What did she think she was going to gain from that? And do you think that she achieved what she wanted? I don't know if you're familiar with what happened there, Adrian. Muted, Adrian.
Good
Yes.
night to you, Marcia. Good night to the
Yes.
panel and to the
Good
loyal
night, Adrian.
opposition. Yeah,
Mhm.
I kind of try to figure out what was the reasoning behind that, and I couldn't come to anything conclusive.
Mm,
And I thought about what she might have done or said in previous nights during this election. Um, I think she had made mention of the DLP trying to politicize crime, which everybody thought was laughable. But it became a significant talking point for the time that it lasted. It didn't last very long.
mm-hmm,
And I too asked, why would she come with that, knowing the history of herself and the BLP with regards to the government and crime? Didn't make sense. That it's typical in Barbados for that, for people to call that the kettle calling the pot calling the kettle black. So in that same context, I asked the question: why did she go for this at this particular time? The 2017 shooting. Could it be just an extension of her trying to build out the issue of crime being politicized by the DLP? And if they're doing so now, why didn't they do it in 2017? I was like, that's a stretch. I see
mm-hmm,
both this and that comment about politicizing crime as just noise, political
Red herrings.
wickedness, and noise to attempt to change the public chatter for whatever
mm-hmm.
reason, because this did catch a fire, and for a brief moment, it was all that people were talking about. People were
So do
not
you?
focused
So
on everything.
was it? Well, thank you so much, Adrian. But let me ask Don. Don, your dad was the DPP of Barbados, Mr. Charles Leacock. Don, when you heard what was done, where she basically called out the DPP's office to tell the nation, um, you know, um, can you tell me what do you think was her motive in doing that? And I ask you a question today: what do you think your dad would have said about it? So answer the first part first. What do you think her motive was?
Well, she's doing It's very unethical what she's doing. First of all, the role of the DPP is enshrined in the Constitution. There has to be a DPP at any point in time, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the political branch of government. The DPP is the judicial branch of government. They're completely separate. They do not answer to any politicians. The DPP doesn't answer to anyone. There is no, well, now
That's right.
they answer to the president. But when we did not have a president, so in my father's time, the only person that could have fired the director of public prosecutions when my father held that post was the Queen of England. Nobody in Barbados, absolutely nobody in Barbados. So, to make a long story short, now the DPP that took over after my father, her name was Donna Bob Agard. And she was DPP up until around January of this year when she got promoted to be a judge, one of the judges. So, and politicians are allowed to appoint the judges. So that would have been what would happen. Mia Motley would have appointed the DPP as a judge. So now it's Alliston Seal, correct? Is the new acting
Yes,
DPP?
I believe that is it.
So that means that the country of Barbados, our country, is in search for a new permanent DPP. And
she's an acting.
Right, she's acting. So what Mia Motley's modus operandi is that she's trying to influence public opinion. She's trying to take shots at this acting DPP, trying to call in to question the credibility of this acting DPP, trying to call in to question, is this acting DPP acting in the full rights of Barbadians? Because the case in question is a very controversial case. I don't really know too much about it, so I'm not going to speak too much about it. But essentially, there was a shooting at Kadooment in 2017. Bajan civilians did get shot by some of the men accused. But for whatever reason, the DPP decided to drop the case. In my opinion, it probably would have been because they just thought that they couldn't win it. There are lots of cases that happen, whether it be rape, whether it be murder, where people really think it did happen, but there's just no evidence. And you know, when you go to court, you have to have evidence. So I believe, without knowing too much about the facts of the case, I believe that's what happened. That the DPP and the police did not have enough evidence to convict these people for shooting at Kadooment, so they just didn't bother and dropped the case. But Mia Motley is trying to show the public of Barbados, oh, this DPP is weak. This DPP doesn't care about shooting victims. This DPP needs to have a transparency. And she's doing all of that to lower the credibility of this current DPP so that then she can probably install her pick of a DPP. Which is
but why? But the question is, though, thanks, Don, for that. I'm still there, you know, Dr. Ferdinand. Was it introduced the day before the election for us to change the dialogue, change what we're talking about? Do you think that there was a distraction going on there?
Well, you know, there are things that we refer to in politics called red herrings. And I want to say this. Over the past 7 years, the administration has been consistently criticized for a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability. And if you read the article carried in the Barbados Today, which I was just going through as Don was speaking, if you minister is in a sense trying to establish herself as a person who is transparent and who is accountable, because she is trying to call out someone who she is feeling is not transparent, because her comment was quite clear. She made the statement that while she acknowledges the fact she has no authority and power, but she said, I have a duty to comment when I see that things are wrong. Compare that to how she deals with when people see something that is wrong with her administration and the way that she functions and calls her out. So I believe she was trying to establish a case to show to the Barbadian public, while it is a red herring, because it had really nothing to do with the election campaign in St. James North. But her attempt to interfere in that context would have drawn a red herring across our path to try to distract us to discuss something other than the failure of the government to fulfill its responsibilities in St. James North.
No. Okay, so let me just read a piece of this article, guys, that came out into Barbados today. It says Prime Minister Mia Mottley has come under scrutiny from fellow members of the legal community for her public call for the Office of the Director of Prosecutions to explain the withdrawal of charges against 7 men who were allegedly involved in the 2017 Grand Kadooment Day shooting, while stressing that she does not have any constitutional authority over the judiciary or prosecutorial decisions. Motley said that the country deserved transparency in the
There
matter.
you go. There you go.
The shooting on the Spring Garden Highway had left 1 man dead and 22 others injured. I understand the difference between between my position constitutionally and other constitutional posts in this country. But I feel strongly that while I have no power whatsoever to direct the Auditor General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, any judge, that I have a duty to comment when I see things that are wrong. I don't know the facts relating to the same incident on Spring Garden, but what I do know is that a country deserves an explanation and to explain to the people why you would have now to drop the case against those 6 or 7 young men. I pray the DPP would understand his duty to the people who he serves in that constitutional post. However, it's important for us to read this apostle and everybody else. Andrew Pilgrim, a leading criminal lawyer in this country, the best. He said he was present in court when the case was withdrawn by the prosecution. And who represented one of the accused, Diego Wilson, said that a reason was given and accepted by the court. The question to me there is whether the Prime Minister, isn't that just a quick research for her to know that the decision was, anyway. It is best, he says, the senior counsel insisted that politicians stick to politics, especially during this silly season, because they're going to be marked by their comments. Listen, and this is what I want to get to Apostle Canterbury. Why would she risk the legal fraternity turning on her? It's not making sense to me. Pilgrim chastised Motley for talking about things that she does not know about. That's what he's saying about the Prime Minister.
Right.
He said, I was present in court when that charge was withdrawn and when it was deeply considered. And my understanding, said Mr. Pilgrim, is that it was withdrawn specifically on the basis that the case would have been impossible to prove.
Right, that's what I said earlier.
Yes.
No evidence.
No evidence. This was stated by the prosecutor who was present, Mr. Neville Watson. And this was accepted by the court because in the context that there was absolutely no identification evidence in the file, but instead politicians get on platforms and talk a lot of nonsense. He wasn't mixing words. There's 2 other lawyers that commented.
Yes.
One was Michael Lashley. Interesting, because the feeling is that he's a good friend of hers, right? He's a friend of hers, and that is what's alleged. And also Lalu Hanneman. But before I read the others' comments, let me go to the Apostle Canterbury. Apostle Canterbury, why would the Prime Minister, as it were, pull this out of the hat the day before the election? Why? I don't. I mean, we're saying it could be yes, because she wants to distract, a red herring, but at the expense of people talking, saying she's speaking nonsense and things she doesn't know about. Why would she risk that?
There's no expense there.
Yeah, let me hear Apostle Canterbury, please.
Well,
yes.
I don't think at the moment when it was said that she believed she was risking anything. I think at the 2 things let me say here. One is psychology, the other one is physiology. One is dealing with how you think about what you think, and the other is how what you think affects the way you behave. Okay, and I think what happened in that moment, that the Prime Minister got mixed up between physiology and psychology. and she made a mess of everything by interfering with an actual event that she had no solid information about, and that was a huge mistake. The element is, I want to appear in my behavior, I want to appear as a person that is about wrong being judged, and I want to appear as a transparent individual. But we've had, since 2019 to 2025, we had the state of COVID. We had Mr. Carter, Richard Carter, who was the first CMO. He vanished. There was no transparency as to why he just suddenly disappeared, and Mr. Kenneth George was put in his place. No transparency there. No transparency to this day about COVID. No transparency about the vaccines. No transparency about the cyber crimes bill. No transparency even to this $300 being given out. So it's ridiculous to stand on a platform and try to appear with this kind of behavior that I am a person, I am about transparency, when your track record has proven that you're not about that. So what I saw when I listened to and I watched the clip, I saw a person who was confused at that time between their psychology as it relates to what you do in a political campaign and what you say on a political platform, and a person who was mixed up in how I should behave at the moment. And because of realizing that, she went ahead and got herself ensnared in her own trap, in her own thinking and in her own behavior, and what she perceived people wanted her to be, and how she projected herself over to the public. And now we're realizing, yes, we have a person who is a magnificent orator, but there is a huge flaw in that person being able to stand up when they're under certain levels of pressure, and how they approach information, things that are given to them. It's clear that they can falter and they can fail very easily when they overstep their bounds. And looking at that, I saw where the psychology and
you believe that
did not appropriate itself at that point in her being, for her to project that over to the public, and it became a huge failure.
Nigel, do you think, based on the discussion here that we're having, the lawyers, I mean, key lawyers have come up against her and saying, no, you're talking nonsense. Michael Lashley, he was a little softer, and I'll read his comments a little later. But Nigel, did you think it benefited her in St. James North?
I am not thinking so much about the benefiting, but I am concerned about the level of abuse of power. I think that she has reached the stage now whereby she thinks she is invincible and no one can touch her, and so on and so forth. And she's just abusing power throughout. And we saw it started in 2018, it continued in 2022, and she's just behaving like a demagogue. No interest, no care about the feelings of the country, of individuals. She's just doing as she please. So it is a matter of the lack of morality, and I noticed that the theme of the DLP in this election was morality and not money, something like that. Okay, but it seems to me that there is no consideration for morality or ethical leadership. She just opens her mouth and says whatever she chooses to say, because she has the power. She's the maximum leader, and no one can touch her.
Correct.
Yes. Adrian, attorney at law, Lalu Hanneman, another, very prestigious lawyer in Barbados, weighing in on the Motley's public comments. And so from what I know, it would appear that he's a supporter of the Motley government. That's what it appears to me as though. He suggested that the issues should have been handled with greater discretion. given the principle of separation of powers. He told Barbados today, of course, there ought to be a separation of powers, but she's the prime minister. And if an issue arises, I would have thought she might have asked her attorney general to investigate, to determine why it was that there were those withdrawals of prosecutions by the DPP. I would have thought she would have gone to the attorney general rather than making statements at a public meeting. Michael Lashley, another senior criminal attorney who represented one of the accused in the shooting case, said the DPP is within his right to discontinue a case if he feels there's no case. All I would say is that he is within his right to dismiss if he believes that there's no case. He told yeah, but so do you think that beyond St. James North, Mayor Motley has opened up a can of worms for herself going forward, or these lawyers are just talking and they're going to forget about it? Do you think that this is going to further establish in the society for the wider electorate that she is indeed a dictator? Where do you see the long-term effects of this, Adrian?
There's no long-term effects on this. There's nothing that can be done really outside of her losing her perch as first amongst equals, and the only way to do that is to get her parliamentary colleagues to remove their loyalty from her, and there's no indication that that will ever happen. She is fully aware that her coattails is what brought the truth that he loves, that she has all of her parliamentary colleagues under her as cabinet ministers, her cabinet as prime minister. So there's no fear in doing what she did. And there's no legal recourse, even though she has caused legitimate concerns for separation of powers. There's no legal recourse for anybody or the state to take, right? So if we look at what has happened as a result of her making these statements, what has happened? We've had social media, mainstream media, the lawyers, everybody came out against this. That's what I said. It created the chatter, the noise, to distract for whatever reason. Also, the deputy, the deputy DPP also came up with a response. I was told. So she's done two things, right? In a political campaign, created unnecessary chatter, right, to cause I don't know, the opposition and those people to be distracted from their message to the people to go to something that the people might not necessarily be interested in hearing. And two, to signal to the DPP that, hey, look, I'm watching you. Because remember what I said, that the tentacles of the office of the prime minister runs deep, of this prime minister runs deep throughout government and beyond. So we may have a DPP that behind the scenes isn't considered to be playing ball, Mia Motley's ball, right? So we're sending the message: do you want to play ball, or should I start the process of having you removed? No, I heard comments that only the Queen could remove the DPP. That's not true. If you read the Constitution, as I said, even under the Governor General and now the President, the head of our state is ceremonial and cannot do anything without being advised. That is in the Constitution. And clearly, to remove the DPP falls under that. Here's what the Constitution, in summary, would say with regards to removing a DPP. Prime Minister's initiative. The process typically starts if the Prime Minister believes that the DPP should be removed. The PM advises the Governor General to refer the matter. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sure the DPP knows this part of the Constitution, that from which her power derives, that this is a shot across the bow. Either play ball, or I'm going to find a way to legitimately, in the eyes of the public, right, cause the Governor General, the President, to convene a tribunal to hear about your removal. So it's, as I said, it serves multiple purposes based on what has occurred as a result. You can't dismiss that. Was it done to create chatter? Of course, because chatter occurred. And was it done to get the DPPs to recognize that, hey, I'm watching you? Yeah, somebody from that office responded, right? So I think she's playing hard politics. And this is the problem with Westminster that we haven't seen in a long time. We have a prime minister who is willing to use all of the powers of that office, all of them. And we are scared because we're like, oh, she's a despot. No, she's using all the powers of that office, right? And that's why the system needs to be changed, because that office has too much power. And this is what she's doing.
And she's not being conservative in how she uses that power.
Oh, no. I mean, I liken this on to Trump, who said at one point that he could walk down Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and not get arrested for it, right?
Yeah.
She's in a different way demonstrating that she has so much power. She can say anything and pretty much do anything. And there isn't an opposition party, given how Barbadians have voted, to cause her to be replaced. Plus, two, the way that she lost her power when she was leader of opposition is never going to occur again, because she has bought every member of parliament by giving them a ministerial portfolio.
Yeah. Well, very interesting. I don't want to belabor the point on this. You have a quick word there, Dr. Ferdinand, on this, and we're going to go back. Don, we're going to go back to the numbers. Because it's 9:18, and as somebody says, well, we haven't had the results yet.
It should be literally any second now, yeah.
Any second now. So
the ballot boxes are being swiped out. I'm sorry. I just had to say
they eating couple votes.
They eating Apostle Canterbury, they eating votes and drinking orange juice.
That's a shot across the bow for sure.
Yep.
Okay. Dr. Freddie, just quickly, and then we're going to move. We're going to go back to the numbers, Don. I don't know if you have 2013 information.
I was looking for it. It looked like they scrubbed that for the internet. I'm not sure.
The internet, not seeing it. But go ahead, Dr. Ferdinand, make your quick point on this.
Very quickly. One of the things, I've been around the Barbados Labour Party for a long time. And one of the things the Barbados Labour Party is really good at is keeping its dirty linen inside of the party. And I want to caution everybody, do not think for a moment that Niamati is sitting secure as the leader of the Barbados Labour Party. There is a lot of problems, a lot of underground disturbances occurring in the party that we are not hearing anything about. Unlike what happened with the Democratic Labour Party when we saw what we saw happen last year, the Barbados Labour Party is very good at keeping its issues within the context of the party. But there is a lot of rumblings in the Barbados Labour Party.
Yes.
All right. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you so much. I see Rose Corbin there before I get to Don. Mrs. Corbin, welcome. We hope we could hear your voice tonight. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
I was holding my breath.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Corbin, you heard what we've been discussing. I don't know what is what I'll leave that to you to comment on any of the topics and with brief comments so we can move on. Okay, go right ahead, Mrs. Corbin.
Yes, please. And I will start with what a night. You got that? So, what a night.
Late December back
and it's short in late December. Yep. It is the 21st of May, 2025. And it is a night, a defining night in many ways. And Marcia, as you said, I was eager to join. I was on before they requested 8 o'clock backstage time, but all these technicalities that occurred that hindered. And actually, I faced the polls. I faced the polls in that 2018 elections, Nigel. I was one who contested with and against you in St. Philip North. and I got, I think, 205 votes or something like that. And I'm proud. I'm proud. But Marcia, my fellow panelists, I have never been as back then. I was rather calm and contained on the day of the elections into the night. I think I went to sleep and got back up. Never went to the polling station, never went up to St. Philip North to see how things were happening because I felt I had discharged my duties up to that point. But today, or last night, I was up praying. I went into a fast from last night until this evening for this election. And Marcia, I left my home, my husband and I, and we took an afternoon trip along the coast, praying and observing. We went to St. Albans School, drove into the schoolyard to see how things were going. We went to Garden Greenwich. We went all through that area. We went up to St. Silas, all through in the nooks and the crannies, getting a feel for the constituency, what was happening. I believe I saw, I believe at the time we went, which was in the afternoon, there wasn't that much activity, but people were still coming and going and exercising their franchise, the right to vote. And then I stopped at a home in Rock Dundo, a home down by the traffic lights by the Nazarene Church on that.
That's Westmoreland. Westmoreland.
Yes, Westmoreland. And we spent some time there chatting with some persons, and they did say that it was when they went out to vote early in the day, there was a good turnout, and they were hoping that that turnout was in favor of Miss Dujon.
Okay.
And so that is how I spent my day, and I am eagerly awaiting the outcomes, and we will see how things play out, because this is not a by-election as I have known by-elections, and I am 70 and more, not 70. I am 70 plus, not close to 10.
Yes.
And I have not seen it ever like this. But this is the trend, because if you remember that by election in St. George North, you would not have believed that it was a by election. And now, with access to more monies borrowed, they can, pump a set as the balance goes. So we will wait and see prayerfully and optimistically that the tables will turn.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Corbin. And you are one of the only person here that went to the to St. James North, and so that's what you heard. Adrian, you're telling me something. Hold a minute, Adrian. Hold a second. Adrian, go ahead.
I just want to update and to further why I think Mia Motley did what she did. Because someone asked, what's the difference between the DPP and an acting DPP? And I just looked it up. For an acting DPP, right, the Prime Minister can remove her. Easily so. It says an acting DPP is not appointed under the same security of tenure as a substantive permanent DPP. Therefore, no tribunal is required to remove an acting DPP. The General or President, acting on the advice of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission or the Prime Minister, can terminate or change the acting appointment at any time.
So she's probably getting ready to fire somebody that's not doing what again. Again, Barbados, listen, and this is why you come on this show. We don't know, we don't know. We're going to research, and we're just, we're going to bring it to you.
Don't thank me. Thank someone. I don't remember who posted and asked that question, and I looked it up, and so they're the ones who should be given credit for pointing me in the right direction.
King, and keep doing that, guys, because we're doing this together. Working together. I thought when you put your hand up, it was to tell us that they have announced the winner. That's why I stopped. Rose, give us that short comment you were making, Rose, because I did break your, Mrs. Corbin, I broke your thought pattern there. You remember?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, ma'am.
Yes, please. And I was saying that, I really take these tasks seriously and try to keep my fingers on the pulse of things, and like you, Marcia, on the ground. I want to say thank you, Apostles Canterbury, from when this election started, when you gave us that overview of gerrymandering and how they cut up that constituency.
Yes.
And that was an exercise for me. And I started to see places that I thought were in another constituency, that how it went in St. Peter. And I want to say thank you very much. And I want to thank my other panelists for the information that we share and the learning that occurs, particularly on this whole, how this by election is going.
Yes.
And I listened last night to the tail end of the BLPs. I went to the DLP meeting
yes, just real quick, Rose, because we need to move on real quick to make the point real quickly. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please.
No, I was telling you, go ahead and make the point, but do it quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did send a clip to Dave, but I don't know if it can.
Right. Okay. So Dave will work on that clip and work on the clip, Dave, and then we can, yes. Please remind us of that, Mrs. Corbin. Go ahead, Apostle. Just a moment, please. A moment. Yes. Go right ahead. Repeat.
Okay. One comment that I want to make in response to Madam Rose, and to also clarify how surreptitiously this dissection of St. James North was done. To this day, there are individuals who vote in St. Peter that live in Rotundo. Okay, so if you understand that Rotundo, which is in St. James, there's elements of Rotundo that vote in St. Peter. That's how badly this thing was done. So when I'm campaigning, I have to go to Rotundo in St. James to speak to individuals who, based on the layout of the St. Peter constituency, still vote in St. Peter, even though they live in St. James. So the way how the Arthur administration dissected St. Peter and St. James, it was horrible, still is horrible. And I was hoping that that was something that the Democratic Labour Party would have fixed after they won the election in 2010, I think it was. But that is something that is so needed to be sorted out, to make St. James North and St. Peter, properly dissected constituents. So I just wanted to add that to the platform tonight. I didn't get the chance to say it before, but that's the reality of what's happening. So there are individuals in Rotundo in St. James that vote in St. Peter. So that gives you an idea of what they were doing. They knew what they were doing when they created St. James North.
Marcia.
I think Marcia gone, to be honest. Not seeing her on the call.
Apostle, that is
Oh, but
accusations of
Oh,
gerrymandering has been a portion for some time, even with the St. James Central creation.
Okay.
I grew up in Bagatelle, Redmond Village, St. Thomas area, and I am now supposed to vote in St. James Central, even though I live in St. Thomas. And the reason for that, primarily, it's been batted about round and about that area of St. Thomas is strong BLP, and they needed to
Right.
show up BLP support
Right.
across St. James Central by adding that portion of St. Thomas to that constituency. And the argument is that, well, the EBC rules call for constituencies that are as level as possible. So that's why they always shoot for populations within a constituency to be about 7 to 8,000 people.
Right.
So
Right.
when um, first past poll results are recorded, that it will more often than not redound to the party with the most seats also having the most individual votes across all constituencies.
Yes.
Right.
The
Right.
near
but
equality in
Right.
each
Yes.
constituency.
Thank you so
yeah.
much. Let's just kind of change the conversation a little bit and go back to St. James North directly. Now, someone who lives in the constituency sent me a message this morning that they were home and they heard Dale. It's alleged that Attorney General Dale Marshall was shouting out to people in their homes and said, "Did you vote yet for the BLP?" He was hitting the streets. This is after 12 o'clock today. Now, if it is that, as some of the pundits are saying, that a great turnout, which the newspaper said there's a great turnout, there was a great turnout. If it is Dr. Ferdinand that the great turnout, according to him, means that the BLP is going to win, why would he be hitting the pavement in the hot sun after 12 o'clock in the day? This is the Attorney General shouting out to people, "Did you vote yet for the BLP? Go and vote." He's going from house to house. Why would he need to do that?
Wow.
Dr. Ferdinand, yes, hang on. Yes, I had muted you. Go right ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
sorry. You bring out the big guns when you're worried. You bring out the big guns when you're worried, Marcia. When you have the Attorney General and you have ministers hitting the street. I mean, you're
Yeah.
talking about a constituency that has been a BLP stronghold for 35 years. I
Right.
mean, and when you look at, I was just reflecting back on some of the figures from 2013 and 2018, and it's not by 5 or 10 votes. You're talking about over 1,000 votes.
Right.
That the Barbados Labour Party, I'm just looking quickly here at 2018. In 2018, just let me pull it up quickly. Give me one. St. George North, Edmund Hinkson won the seat in 2018 with 3,716 votes against husbands with 592. Well, this is 2025. I was just looking for the figures I think that Don referred to earlier.
Let me see. Don, do you have did you check your phone, Don? We sent you the
oh,
2013.
I didn't. No, I've come
Yeah.
off that page. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, no
I said
problem.
the 2013 and I actually have the 2018 as well.
Mhm.
But in 2022, you're talking about 2,536 votes for Hinkson and 608 for Worrell. Well, goodness gracious, this is 2025. This is just 3 years on from 2022. Why would you need to pull people out like Marshall and these big guns unless you were worried about sustaining your lead in that seat? And that is clearly the
That's
case.
great.
Yeah,
That's
That
great.
is
I
clearly
was
Very
the case.
shocked
true.
when Don, I was
That's
shocked when
great.
I heard that. And this lady lives in the constituency, and she sent. I was like, wow, that is a little strange. The
For
Attorney
the
General
Attorney
walked.
General
Go ahead.
himself to be doing that while
Yeah.
Barbados is
Wow.
having the worst year for murders in history, yeah, very concerning.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
Serious.
Marcia, I
Serious.
gotta run though. So
Yes.
I don't know if you had one more thing you could discuss for 30 seconds, quick,
Yes,
or
yeah, whatever is on your mind, you can just summarize your general feel based on the numbers. And
mm,
I know you were gonna stay with us the entire night, but we
mhm.
have I think. But so just give us your final comments before we get the results.
Yeah. Well, my final comments would be, I mean, as unfortunate as it is, I do think Chad Blackman is going to win. Very unfortunately, there are some good signs. That's not what I want at all. I'm just saying the numbers do point in that direction. The campaign spending, all of the different initiatives that both the Ministry of Education, that he is the minister of, and the government itself giving away this $300 and stuff point towards that. I just want to tell all Barbadians listening and on the call here today, be ready for the general election. I think it's coming extremely
Yep.
quickly. If it's not happening this year, it happening within the next 12 months, guaranteed. From today, within 12 months for sure. The Barbados Labour Party definitely in campaign mode. They treated this general election like a complete election. They had like 10, 11 speakers on every single night at spot meetings. They are
Yep.
treating this like a general election. So I
Yes,
would
they are.
just
Yes,
I
they
would
are.
encourage all the people on this call, whether you guys are planning to be candidates or whether you're going to be managing candidates or you run your own political parties, get ready because it's our time now for the loyal opposition, all of us, the parties combined, to get some of those seats in Parliament.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
well said, Don. And if after the results, and you want to jump back on, you feel free to do that. Okay. But Don,
I'm
thank you. It's
sure y'all
always
will have plenty to talk about otherwise, but I look forward to talking
yeah.
with everybody again on another day because
Yes,
this
sir.
loyal opposition journey is just warming up.
Yes. Thank you,
Yes.
sir. Thank
All
you.
right,
And
everybody, have
yes,
a great night. Yep.
good
Thank you.
night.
All right,
Great
Don.
night.
Bye.
Yes. Good night, Don. Yes. Wow. It's good to hear from our young people. We were hoping Shaquani could join us a little later, but though the DLP, I'll send them the link, but I know they're in that mode right now.
Yep.
Dealing with their candidates. Somebody asked me, where is Miss McLean? So I gave her that respect. But I'm going to send her the link very, very soon. Let me go quickly to you have a quick comment you got to run to? Yeah, yes, hold a minute. Some of you noises were coming through. I have to mute. But go ahead, Apostle.
Okay. Yeah, I just like Dawn, I have to run off as well to take care of some other matters. But I just want to say this going forward. I think from what I have heard, there is a very strong desire of the public to bring change. I think the public is ready for change. And as I said, if we can hold strong with that, this is going to be a very, very interesting election. I'm standing completely in support of Felicia Duzon to be the duly elected candidate there in St. James North. We're praying about that, and we're looking forward for what the Lord wants to do. And we must not, as believers in this election, we must not leave out the God factor. We can talk numbers, but when God speaks to the hearts of men and men respond to God, you'll see a complete difference. And I'm praying tonight that Barbados remains on a point of change, that our people become more resilient and they become resolute in their resolve to say that we've had enough. We've had 6 years of this administration. It's time for something better. It's time for Barbados to move forward. And it's time for Barbados to get back into the preferred destiny of God for its existence. And I think this election is going to show to the present government that the people are ready for change. So that's
Yes.
my
I have a quick question
input.
for you before you
Yes,
go,
ma'am.
because I wanted to get your thoughts about this, and with the hope that the panel later on we will discuss this in more details. But when you look at the Democratic Labour Party over the last 3.5 weeks, when the election was by election was called. Um, do you think that regardless of the win what happens tonight, do you think that the DLP was able to step up to the plate with this election?
Uh, yeah, I think first of all, I think Mr. Thorne has done a phenomenal job in rallying the party, and he's gone through so much to have the party to where it is today, and he must be commended, and his team must be commended for staying strong with him and moving forward. I've been out to some of the campaign meetings, as you would have known, saw you there, and stood behind them in support of what they're doing. And I think the Democratic Labour Party, even with all of the media attention and negative media attention, I think they've done very well to rally themselves and bring themselves to a place where they have become, a viable alternative going forward for governmental selection. I think Mrs. Dujon is a fabulous candidate. I think the people of St. James North would do well to accept her and vote her in as a candidate to send a clear message that it's time to move forward. So, I am very, very supportive of the Democratic Labour Party at this point, and I'm not doing so because, I want to. I'm always making sure that I'm led when I'm doing certain things. And I think Barbados is ready for change. The people need change. They need to see something different. They need to see something better. And if they continue to maintain that mindset, I'm telling you, this administration would rally out. They would not call another snap election because I think the longer that they wait, the more the people are ready for change. And I think we're going to see a great sign of that in this election. Um, and whether, the outcome, Ms. Dujon is a winner. And I want, to say that she's done remarkably. Her speeches during the campaign has been phenomenal. She's put in the legwork. She's done the verbal work. She's been there. She's interacted with the people. And, we're waiting to see how they respond to what she's given to them so far. So let's see what happens and in the next hour or so. And let's continue to believe God for his best for the island of Barbados. So thank you guys so much. I have to say good night and goodbye to everyone. Look forward to seeing you guys again and looking forward to being right here on the Marcia Weekes Show. Thank you guys so much. God bless
thank
you.
you, Apostle. It's always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Well, we're going to delve into this thing about the DLP because what's interesting, we had on here four persons who ran in their own party, and one person who was an independent. So it's interesting what's happening here. There's nobody here that I think is a member of the DLP. I don't know at the moment. So it'd be interesting to have that conversation a little later. But I have Mr. Lewis has joined us, guys.
Mhm.
Dr. Ferdinand is going to take care of something, but he says, Marcia, I'm coming back. But let me just welcome Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you were in the constituency. You actually sent me a picture. Can I put that picture up or might not be okay?
I think you better hold it for now.
Okay, all right, no problem. So talk to me about why did you go into the constituency today? What did you do? And what was your experience? Talk to us about that.
Well, why did I go into the constituency? Because I've realized for quite a long time now that we need a change in this country, and anything that supports the whole move towards, bringing a stronger opposition. I don't think that Barbados can survive without, the whole platform where there are checks and balances. And an effective opposition is one that will, see this country going from strength to strength. Because in its current environment, I don't see the attitude from the leadership of this country that Barbados is going in the right direction and that, we will conquer as a people. I was very conscious of what has happened over the course of time now in St. James North. And we can recall that the Mr. Hinkson was seen on many occasions, should I say campaigning, or making the constituents of St. James North be aware of this particular individual who's a she and not a he. So it tells me then that
before you do that. Let me ask you: did you hear people saying that to you today while you were there?
Well, I sat with a gentleman. He's 99 years old,
Yes.
99, and I really enjoyed being in the constituency. I took him to vote, and I also took another gentleman, 88 years old, to vote. But I sat with the gentleman, 99 years old, and this guy is a real stalwart. I just enjoyed my moment today in St. James North, and it was such a rewarding experience for me. To know that the Democratic Labour Party has such a fabric in that community that is strong and really has quite a lot of um, stalwarts
Mm.
that can do well, has done well, are doing well, and will continue to do well.
So,
And
so
I,
these seniors, 88 and 99,
yes,
they were DLP supporters.
of course they were.
Okay. Okay,
Yes,
I don't
man.
know. I don't know. So,
Yes, yes. And I was just given the task of just going down into the community and knocking on doors and so forth. So I decided that that is what I'll do. I'll go and knock on doors, and I knock on this particular gentleman's door, and he said, he said, because his son and daughters, they were not at home.
mhm.
So I saw him in the porch. So I decided to go and knock and have a word with him. I tell him, you need to go out and exercise the constitutional right to vote. He says, man, yes, I want to go and vote. You want to take me? So in conversation with him, his son then came home. So they were questioning me to see if I was authentic or not, in terms of my allegiance. So I think it was a beautiful conversation. The camaraderie and everything was good. I spent quite a lot of time in the district, chatting with folks and so forth. But at the end of it all, I am conscious that in St. James North we have a very strong force in terms of the Democratic Labour Party, and I'm looking forward for some very good things coming out of that constituency. So I was given quite a lot of education relative to the whole backdrop of the Democratic Labour Party and how it was formed and the Barbados Labour Party. This guy just took me back, and it was a wonderful experience.
Yes,
I,
yes.
I can I
99 and 88, you said, right?
99 and 80, yeah,
At
beautiful
88.
man,
And
beautiful,
they
beautiful.
went. And what was the general when you were at the polling station? What was the general feel there? What among the people? Were you able to hear little conversations or?
No, well, it was a kind of between, let's say, 11 and 2, or 10:30 and 2 o'clock.
Mhm.
And that time, the whole community, because in going into the first district, the reports coming out of that district that the majority of folks would have gone on to vote earlier in the morning. So I find myself waiting now on the older folks who would want to spend more time in bed, get to do their little chores, and then they will seek to see how they get there, a
Mhm.
little later down in the day, rather than those individuals who would have gone on to work otherwise.
Mhm.
So that is why I had the grand opportunity to interact with these seniors and to sit with them in, and engage in such healthy discussion with them over the course of time. But at the polling station, things were very light there, and these guys were fast track, in and out,
Yes.
because of the age, because I think that there was a poster there saying 65 years or older, you will be fast track. So those guys,
Ah.
neatly fit into that category. So it
Mhm.
was just kind of out and in. But the general fabric of the community and everything, it was a very healthy one.
Mhm. Mhm. Well,
People were very encouraged to see you out and cheered you on and said, "Well, go by this house, check here, check there,"
oh,
and
so they were helping as well.
so they were helping as well. Beautiful.
What is the name of that community that you were in? The particular name,
Um,
remember?
Well, it was Cemetery Lane, and then the other
Oh,
one was it was Cemetery Lane, and then I was coming then back to town, and about 50 yards from there, uh, something hole. I just can't remember offhand.
yeah.
Something hole. Somebody would probably probably put it into the chat.
Hmm.
You know, a
Where they
little later.
were.
But
I know.
it was Cemetery Lane for sure,
Hmm.
because the whole cemetery connected to an actual cemetery
Uh,
in the area. So
yes,
I actually drove into that cemetery to look around at the graves and so forth.
all that. So
So I
you
took the time. I took the time to do that. So Cemetery Lane and the cemetery, and then I came up then to this village then that was practically adjacent. But I think it was something whole, but I can't recall
yeah,
directly. The
another
name of it.
question for you, quickly,
Mhm.
just a really quick answer. Were you at any point at the DLP head office, at DLP constituency office, and what was the mood there if you were there?
Well, in going to the constituency office, yes, I had to go there, of course, to let them know, that I'm there, and I got all the necessary documentation and so forth. But the mood there was a very healthy one. Everyone was kind of upbeat, and getting folks out, because that was around 11 o'clock. I came back there around 2. And when I came back around 2, there was a lot more folks there gathered, and conversing and so forth. So the atmosphere was a very good one. But I found that the actual parking in that area posed a very significant challenge, because my intention was to go back down there this evening. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so I think that they can do with a location that provides better parking or better accommodation in
Mm-hmm.
terms of the number of people that you expect,
Mm-hmm.
to be in that
Yeah.
office
Well,
or location
what
at
I
the time.
say is that both
Mm.
of those, remember that they didn't even choose the space that was donated to them, because they
Oh,
didn't
I
get
see.
they did not get
Mm.
the subvention. So, when you're given,
Mm.
it's a gift, so they're using it. And they
Uh-huh.
have to. So we just have to make sure that we
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But I want us to switch and talk about the DLP. I want Mr. Newton, um, August 2024, we saw a major upheaval inside of the Democratic Labour Party. I happen to have been there I believe it was a Sunday I was there, and experienced a lot of things. I was able to see it, firsthand, and reported on it, etc., etc. And it is now May, right? May in this year. So we're looking at, it's how many months is that? About 8 months, Adrian? August, September, October, November, December. 9 months, about 9 months. Since they had, and I mean, and it never really stopped. It kept, even within this by-election, there were things that were coming out, and so on. I want to ask you, Nigel, you're not a member of the DLP, but you've been watching the shows, you've been watching their meetings. Do you think that this by-election was a gift to the DLP, and do you think that it has helped in changing the mindsets of Barbadians about the party? Nigel. Oh, hang on, Nigel. Hang on. Yeah, go right ahead, Nigel.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it was more or less, could I say, a blessing to the DLP, because it, it brought them to a position whereby they really had to focus on themselves and the future of the party. Okay. And it gave them an opportunity to mend, to repair damages, that occurred due to the breakdown last year and so on and so forth. And I think they have done a beautiful job. They have done a wonderful job in bringing themselves together, because I listened, I think it was last night and night before, I listened to Verla de Pisa, a magnificent speaker. Okay, and I think uh, hearing her and seeing the camaraderie between her and the others, I think it did well for them, and I must say I have to congratulate them for the effort that they made in repairing the damage and in refocusing and preparing themselves to the point whereby they were able to confidently contest this general election.
Yes, yes, yes. Very, very interesting. And again, Nigel is not a member of the DLP. In fact, he contested with the APP last time around. Folks, we're going to be open for calls to come for you to call in. So get ready. I see Theory's asking, so Theory, you can get ready to do that. Let me go to Mrs. Corbin. Mrs. Corbin, can you the same question? It's 9 months since that major upheaval happened in the DLP. And based on what you have seen, what you've experienced, you were down there today, you saw things online. Do you think that the perception is changing positively in a positive direction for the DLP?
To respond to that definitively, I wouldn't say that I could. Um, the perception, I can't gauge the perception. What I can say from what I have observed and heard, that they have demonstrated is platform synergy that might be representative of what's going on amongst themselves as a team and as a party. Um, I found the synergy to be consistent and to be supportive and cohesiveness um, for most of the part. I would have seen from the last weeks the emergence of Dr. Elvis Wickham, his contribution, a fiery Verla de Pisa. I heard Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong on platform on Monday night, and the strength she brought, the consistency of the theme. um, we had Senator Andrew Worrell, who brought outside of the Senate that again, that focus and that ability to communicate with persons and keeping to the theme and being consistent in his delivery. Um, Definitely, I was pleased that they gave space to newcomers such as Ainsley Granger, attorney Ainsley Granger, who has interest and will be contesting the St. Michael North. That I was pleased with, and his cheer, how he cheers, as well as how he spoke on the platform in another capacity. We heard Paul Gibson too, uh, lend into the synergy on the platform. Um, Definitely Miss Dujon and the Honorable Ralph Thorne, how they um, led um,
Mhm.
in terms of the delivery and educating and informing and again keeping to the theme. So those are the things I look at. I cannot gauge perception outside of what I would have seen, people's perception on the ground. But this is what I saw. And also, I could speak to the fact that they brought in Dr. David Eswick. If you heard him last night, it sent a message that, yes, the elders are there within the party. At Dr. Exwick's presentation, put aside the fire that he brings to the platform, it was informative and educational and factual. And that young man that was on the show some time back, was on the DLP Live, who spoke about his movement through the Barbados Defense Force Sports Program. I saw him on the platform, so it brought the together that there is young and new blood in the DLP, as well as there is support from the older persons within the party, the elders. So I am pleased with that. But I don't know if Marcia, I could just raise
raise it because we obviously I would have a particular way that I'm going. Okay, so
okay.
it's not that you will never be able to, but I'm there's a particular you know
All right.
points
Okay.
that yeah. So if it's something you're going to raise quickly because I need to move to
It is
Mr.
a
Hines.
very interesting point, Marcia.
I know it is. I know it is,
Which
but
caused
everything
me,
in order, right? Yeah.
yes, which caused me to ask a question. Why did we have this by election? And in listening to the Prime Minister's summary last night, the entirety, she was responding to something Verla Pisa would have said. I have to search for that. And she said, yes, the by election is a referendum. And we have persons in here who are more politically astute than I am, Mr. Hines and Nigel and Mr. Lewis. And if you know what a referendum is, a referendum, if she says it's a referendum, it is taking to the voters or the electorate a particular issue.
So hold a second there, Mrs. Corbin. Hang on there and hang on to that point. Let me complete the discussion about the DLP because some might say, well, it was also a referendum for the DLP. So let's continue with that word referendum and let's complete the thought. Okay. So Adrian, I know you would have seen all on social media from August and even before August, what was happening. They had a tumultuous time. It's now 9 months later. Is this what we saw on the platform and how everything seemed to have been organized? Is this now, you think, a better look for the DLP? Do you think perceptions might be changing, Mr. Hines?
Whose perception? The public perception?
The public perception.
Yeah, it's there's no easy answer to this. I focus primarily on St. James North. I thought, and I continue to search for a more plausible reason for this by-election, as Rose was asking, and I came back to the same conclusion that it is a referendum on the BLP. Now, Mia Motley knows that she, in spite of 230 loves, she's not a popular prime minister. She knows this, and ever so often she has to gauge where she is, and that governing in an austerity environment such as the IMF makes it worse for her to continue to hold on to the level of power that she requires in order to continue to do what she's doing. So this by-election, as well as St. George North by-elections, were referendums to gauge where she is and where the BLP is under her leadership. The first thing she did in St. George North, when the polls were closed and the returning officer was declaring the numbers, she rushed in to get a look at the statistics. That was the first thing. She was nervous about them. So
Mm.
here we are in St. James North. There's nothing particular about her candidate, right? That there is a requirement for him to be a minister and a member of parliament. There's nothing about it, right? The argument that there might be some disaffection between her and Edmund Hinkson, and that he, knowing that he was going to retire at some point, decided to call it at this particular time. I don't agree with that. This is all hashed out with her wanting to do this to gauge, because time is running out for her to constitutionally call the elections, the next general election, and she wants to gauge where she is, and that's what this was, in a presumably safe seat. Also, hoping to catch the DLP with their guard down and not being able to field a candidate, and also to see where they are in their rebuilding process.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they were surprised that the DLP came out with 15 candidates and was prepared to put a strong, very strong individual into Felicia Dujon in this safe seat. Remember, Peter Wickham came out and said he thinks that the DLP should sit out this contest. That's what they were looking for, something that would demonstrate and give them a clear advantage that they're on the right path, and that the next election is a clear path for them to regain the government. That didn't happen. And then all of a sudden, no, the arguments by the political pundits against Felicia Dujon is not about Felicia. They all agree that she's a very, very strong candidate. But they think that it was wrong to put such a strong candidate in what they consider to be a BLP stronghold. I think they're very concerned, right? I think they're very concerned, because you look at the statistics. Yeah, they've won it for 35 years, but not by any significant margin that cannot be overcome. And then they're doing all of this in an austerity program where there's significant disaffection at the microeconomic level. How will this play out? You know, will vote buying be enough to pull them over? Will the historical disunity in the DLP that doesn't seem to be showing in this by-election, and regurgitating that and playing it up, be enough for people to say the DLP is still disunited and therefore we're going to go back with what we have? They're not certain that this was the case. And the show that the Democratic Labour Party put on in the St. James North, yeah, if you didn't know that they had all of this fallout 9 months ago, you would not have known that it occurred. There was unity, right? And the remnants of this unity was pretty much coming from persons that believe they still have a reason to feel this effect. And I'm not going to persuade them away from that feeling. But I don't think it has an impact. People are truly not feeling the Barbados Labour Party. And I think a significant number of Barbadians are returning to that old approach to elections of, if a party is good, we can vote to keep them. If they ain't good, we can kick them out. And because back in the days, nobody cared about what the opposition was. You know, the incumbent party was either good or bad, and that was the reason they voted for or against. And I think that there is a concern in the Barbados Labour Party that Barbadians are returning to that process, away from this new approach that they were marketing, that when you want to kick a party out, you got to look at what's coming in. They just never thought about that. We kick you to the curb if you're doing right. So I it's hopeful that Barbadians are returning to that, because I think they have a legitimate right to do that, because at the end of the day, as they say in America, it's the economy, stupid. If you can't provide for the people, you can bring all the arguments you want. Global meltdown between 2008 and 2018, as legitimate as it was, Barbadians didn't want to hear that. Right? And I think now with on the IMF austerity measures and having people feeling the pain as they was, and having to queue up for $300 and all that kind of nonsense, that people should be prepared to vote their pocketbooks, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, you know, Mr. Let me go to Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you would have, as I said, the same thing. You know what was happening, and even weeks into the by-election, there was stuff in the newspaper, all kinds of things happening. You know, how do you think the DLP has come out of this? At the moment, it is saying that the seeming like Mr. Chad Blackman is winning all the boxes so far. Even if they were to lose this election, Miss DeJohn were to lose this election, do you think that the DLP would have covered some ground, or have changed a perception about themselves, about being ready for the general elections?
Earlier.
Yes, go ahead. Your dogs were coming through, but so go ahead, repeat.
Yeah, and if Dave can put up that photo, you know,
Oh,
I really,
he can. I
yes,
thought that he
yes, you
couldn't
know,
put it up.
yeah, we
Okay,
can go, you
Dave,
can go
go
ahead
ahead
and
and
put
put
that
up the poster.
because you know I had a quite an in-depth conversation with this gentleman. His name is Devere Stewart. You know, a very wonderful gentleman, a wonderful family. I was at that house, you know, for quite a while, and you know, we were very much deep in conversation. And this gentleman, you know, you can see how erect he is, and he's 99 years old. So, you know, I really encourage him to come on out and go and cast your vote and, you know, exercise your constitutional right. So then he starts to give me now a background as to who he is. You know, and when I started listening to him, you know, I must say that this is a gentleman that we need to, the folks in the St. James North area really need to sit down and listen to, because this gentleman spoke in depth. So I had quite a lot of nice camaraderie with his son, and also with his daughter who lives at another house in the same area. And the whole atmosphere was a very wonderful one. And I must say, coming out of all of it, that they are seeing a resurgence of the Democratic Labour Party.
Ah, that's what they're saying.
Yes, a resurgence of the Democratic Labour Party. He said, you know, when his son came home, then, you know, because they didn't know who Mr. Lewis was, you know, but at the end of it all, you know, in conversing and so forth, they did get to understand. And but he said when the son came home, he said, you know, my father is not going to vote. I says, yes. I said, your father says he is going to vote. So then the father then opened up and said, you know, I told you that I'm not going to. I told you that I'm not going to vote, but you didn't understand. He said the group that came here before, I told them that I'm not going to vote, but I am going to vote. I am going to vote for my party, the Democratic Labour Party. You know, so the son seemingly misunderstood what the father said at the time in question, but he said, "No, I'm going to go out and vote." You know, so on leaving, I told him, Devere, I am hoping that you again, I can return and take you again to vote in the next election, because the general election will be coming up soon. So I want to come back down here and pick you up again and take you to vote in the general election. A wonderful gentleman, wonderful family, and they are saying that the Democratic Labour Party, they're bouncing back, and you know there's a restored confidence in the general district and the prospects for the party going forward. So it's wonderful. The experience was a wonderful one.
Yes, yes, yes. I have Theory, who is was trying to call me. I didn't even see that. He's a young man, and I just would want him to be able to make some. Um, 1 second. Okay. Yes, hang on, Theory. Hang on, Theory. Yes. Go ahead, Theory. Good night.
Good night, Marcia. I just want to say, looking at the results.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you hear Theory, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, wonderful. Go ahead, Theory.
I just want to say, look, good night, everyone. Sorry, my manners. Good night, to the wonderful panel and those are listening. But I just want to say the results have me very disheartened, because to me, right now in Barbados, we need the opposition. And some person may say, well, like that, with all due respect, the senator that's currently in right speaking on CBC saying that it's not the fault of Barbados, of the Barbadian populace to or responsibility for them to let the DLP to bring back the opposition. But the thing about it, democracy does not work without opposition, right? Mm-hmm. And I just feel very, as a young person, I feel hurt. And I hope that one day that, I don't know if it's DB, whoever else, whoever left out the one call themselves, but somebody will come and put our opposition back into our parliament because we need it. That is one. And two, I think this is just my suggestion to DLP. Whatever the results is in the end, because, you know, we don't say the battle is lost until the fat lady sings. Mm-hmm. But when that happens, to go back to the drawing board and understand the aspect of marketing and getting in touch with certain individuals. Yes, they may come to the Royal State Parliaments and come on the Marcia Weekes Show, but I feel like the DLP is lacking a strong social media presence. And I mean all the candidates that have been selected so far. And that's just my aspect. You know that Dr. Ellis and the other members said they want to run a clean campaign and they want to run a clean elective process with respect to going to battle for the right to represent Barbados. But to me, if you don't market to this new generation, my generation, you're out of touch. It's not just going around when elections call, and you have to come and not only, you know, be there on the ground, but also market who wants to see, who want to hear, who want to talk, you know, those type of things. So it's just a change of strategy. It feels to me very antiquated at the moment in terms of the strategy of the DLP, but I think that they need to adjust that strategy and come stronger, because Lisa Dujon, and this is my personal, also professional analysis of her, she's a wonderful woman. Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely wonderful person. And I believe that once she continues fighting for St. James North, there's no way hell that she will not get that seat. She's a person that is absolutely determined, and when she sets her mind to something, it's going to happen. So I believe St. James North should just get to know her, and she can represent them at the heads up, because she's not going to take no for answer when it comes to anybody, because nobody can believe with police of the genre. Nobody. Mm-hmm. So that's my analysis.
And you're saying your encouragement to Felicia Dujon, if she's listening, or to the DLP, is to keep at it, keep going, right?
Yes. Keep at it. Mm-hmm. Keep at it. They have to keep at it and get a stronger social media presence, stronger, right? I know Dr. Ellis said that, well, all the influencers are being paid with the DLP allegedly, right? The thing about it is that to combat that, you then have to analyze these new social media strategies. Someone, a part of it, I don't know who's the marketing or PR person, but needs to look at the marketing strategy, because today's politics is not like our Barrow was running our Tom Adams or Sir Barnford. It is not that form of politics. Today's politics is a digital warfare, right? And the DLP plays it very well. They play their shot very well. So it's a matter of the DLP learning to adapt to that strategy, even as they say, you can learn from your enemies too, and that's a party.
But can I stop you there, because you would have heard on the show where it was very, very clear that they did not have the kind of money at all that the BLP had. They don't have the state purse. They don't have anything. But to take, for example, yourself, you know, it's very difficult to get young people to be doing social media work and not paying them. Would you? I'm sure you would not have worked for free.
I understand what you're saying, Marcia, but to me, right, that can be mitigated, because when you have a strong youth branch that is determined and absolutely set to make the organization a part of the solution, persons will volunteer, and persons who are highly skilled. It's not a matter of paying them, it's a matter of inspiring them to believe in the vision. Like when Barrow will be able to come and talk to his members in St. John, and they believe in the vision before he even got to his first seat. They believe in the vision. That is the connection there.
But I'm yet to see. I mean, you might be right, but you know, I'm yet to see the young people that are willing to work for free. That I'm just saying that understand social media. But let me bring in a panelist. Rose, you would have been hearing the disappointment in Theory is speaking of. What would you say to a young person like Theory, who was hoping that Mr. John would expand the opposition in Parliament and make us more of a democracy? What can you say specifically to Theory tonight, Miss CORBIN?
I agree with you, young man, that Mr. John should stay with it. I like the confidence, like hearing the confidence that you've invested in her. And you too should and continue to lend your voice to right the wrongs in this country. We see that persons seem not to understand democracy. They seem not to understand the need for voices other than the loud voices we are hearing from that side. And my concern has been, and I made notes again after listening to Mia Motley last night, is the BLP so bankrupt that they need to get every seat except that one opposition seat in the House of Parliament? And therefore, if we are being closed out from entering, persons like yourself, like Mr. John, and other citizens like ourselves here should continue to be the voice, the stronger voice, even the strongest voice outside of Parliament until we see that turn and that change that we so desire. So
Yes.
I can understand, I empathize with you, and I remember that in 1 Samuel 8, it is the people asked for a king. They were warned by God what the king would do to them. And the electorate in St. James North, they have allowed the glitz and the glamour and the partying and this gift that was given to them, the $300, and all the frenzy of this by-election to take that vote. And I do not think that they have given thought. Mia Motley did not call this by election for St. James North. She said that yes, it may be a local representative that they're voting for, but she wants Shad Blackman in the House of Assembly.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
for St. James North, but to
Yeah.
help her do the heavy lifting.
Heavy lifting. Well, thank
Because
you so much.
they
Thank you
have
so much,
moved
Miss
from mission
Robin.
critical to mission survival and now mission transformation. And she needs him. It's not about St. James North. It is about what she wanted and what she went all out to get.
Yeah.
But
All right.
that's
Thank you
that's
so
a
much.
that's a
Well,
strong
let me just
statement
release
that
the
she.
caller. Let me release the caller. Terry, thank you for calling, and thank you for the points that you made. And I will talk to you because you know I've been trying to get people to help me with social media. It is very, I find it very difficult because young people they ain't working for free. But we'll have a chat afterwards.
I
Okay.
just want you know the social media thing is not my thing. I just met
I know
good
it is
at it.
not. You and I have been talking about that.
The
Yeah.
good who good at it, they need to get them there in the park.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I'm trying.
yeah, yeah, and have the money to pay them. All right, thank you so much. God
Yeah,
bless.
please.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
yes. Adrian, you had a point there, please.
No, I was saying that's not new for Mia Motley with regards to what she said about wanting Chad Blackman in Parliament. She said the same thing about Miss Moore and St. James North, that she needed her in Parliament. It's just what she says. It's meaningless. But people who function on with their emotions and beliefs will see that as something um, necessary and run with it without really questioning it. It's just a political stump speech, a filler. It has no real meaning. But people think I'm getting the sense that Barbadians really are not interested in what we define as democracy. Um, and that's not unusual. It's not earth-shattering either. There are a lot of countries and societies around the world that have elections, but in real cannot be defined as democracies. And one such country is Singapore. We often use and talk about. I've been hearing this since 1976, the Singapore model. And a lot of the talk is based on the fact that Singapore has risen from a collection of villages to an economic powerhouse that it is today. And we see that because of its similarity in size and all that good stuff, and the fact that it was once a colony and it practices Westminster just like us, that this is something that we can do. And we don't ever look at what is Singapore's political governance system today, right? And that we may not get the economic similarity of Singapore, but we may very well get the political governance of Singapore, right? The Singaporeans are very happy with a governance that is very strict, very harsh, very secure, very ultra conservative, right? Um, where there's only one party since 1959, where freedom of speech is severely hampered down, where people can only protest in a particular place called the People's Square, and they must get a permit to do so, and it's usually not given, right? Singaporeans are happy with that because they have, as a people, the economic benefit for such a system. We don't have that in Barbados, and there isn't currently any method to suggest that we are heading down that path that would make an authoritarian state acceptable. So Barbadians are likely to get that, an authoritarian state without the economic benefits, if they continue to do what they're doing. And I mean, we have as much as 60 or 70% people are walking away from politics in Barbados. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Right?
A whole lot, and as we've been trying to chip away at that on the show. But let me bring Mr. Nigel Newton in on this. Thank you so much, Adrian. Mr. Newton, you
Yes,
know,
yes,
I'm watching the comments. I don't know if you're reading it, and people seem to be getting very discouraged at this time. What would you say to the DLP at this time? If you had an opportunity to speak to them, having seen them over the last couple of weeks, knowing what they and we can't underestimate, you know, what occurred with them, Nigel, over the 9 months and even before that. What would you say from your heart to Ms. Dujon and to the DLP as a whole?
Well, I have known Ms. Dujon for quite a number of years. In fact, going back to university at Cave Hill, and she has always been a very uh, strong and very focused person. And I think her entry into elective politics in Barbados is very significant from the perspective that she is qualified in philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
She studied philosophy at Cave Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she is answering a question that the late Professor Owen Arthur, former Prime Minister of Barbados, he asked a very significant question in Parliament some time ago. And I think Mr. Donville Innes also asked the same question during the last DLP administration. And that question is, where are the philosophers? Because Barbados was going through some challenges back then, and Owen Arthur asks, where are the philosophers? Donville Ennis asks the same question, where are the philosophers? And I think Ms. Dujon
Mm-hmm.
is answering that question, and based on what I have observed, I think her her approach to parliament or to representation is rooted in a sound philosophy. Okay, and
Mm-hmm.
if I were to advise her, I would not advise, I'm sorry, let me take that back. I would encourage her to keep on that path, to remain focused and very committed to the needs of the constituents, because I observed that during this
Yes,
election period, she really worked hard and she really committed herself to caring for the constituents and for people generally. I would like the Democratic Labour Party, I think they are healing. The Democratic Labour Party is healing. I would
yeah,
like them to continue that healing process, okay, and not to be distracted by the movements of the other side, so to speak. But keep focused, keep steadfast, and chart the course forward, because this by-election is
yeah,
a pointer. It is a pointer, and
yes,
they must not lose the significance of this by-election, and they should seek at all times to learn from what examples they can draw from this by-election.
yes, yes. Well, thank you, Nigel. Very, very important points you raised there. I'm thinking that, I mean, based on the numbers that were 2018 and 2022, this is basically going in that direction, right? But there are 30 seats in the general election. And so I want to ask Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, do you think that the DLP should be using this as a springboard for the general election? Looking at it, you are in the constituency talking to the people there. We heard about the gerrymandering that happened, where they're trying to make sure that no DLP can't win in St. Peter and some of those places. Um, what do you say to the DLP about using this as a springboard for the general election?
Having sat and went into deep conversation with Mr. Stewart, he is of the view that um, the Felicia, should have been more known in his community. He said, I'll be glad if she could have, find the time to come down to the community and walk around and let's see her face. Let us interact with her, directly. So, and he also mentioned the whole idea of, how the actual gerrymandering has affected the whole voting process. He said, do you believe that all up in the rim in St. Peter, that they are coming down to vote in St. James North? He said, when you go up to Ashton Hall in St. Peter, on the right-hand side of Ashton Hall is in this constituency, and on the left-hand side is in another constituency. He said, all of this juggling with the environment in terms of the constituency platform, that he has concerns, but we must be conscious of the fact that the St. James North is a BLP stronghold.
Yes.
And being conscious of that, in as much as we would have, the Democratic Labour Party would have done an excellent job in terms of their spot meetings, I am of the view that doing an analysis of all those boxes, that the effort here by the AG and otherwise was not to bring about a change in the pointer. So when we do an analysis of those boxes, I think that the findings there can point us in a better direction as to whether the impact of the DLP had any significant change in the outcome of the votes. Although that we are finding that Chad Blackman is winning the box. Winning is one thing, but I think that what they are focusing on here now is that not only win, but that we win with a greater percentage. So that is
Yes.
what I would want to do an analysis of. What percentage in these different polling stations did I win by? So if I found that Felicia gained ground, that is a big plus for the Democratic Labour Party.
Correct.
So, and as much as we want to focus on Felicia ultimately winning the seat, fine, because it's all over now. But let us go into that. Let's dig deep and go into that to see where we were strong, where that the margin has changed and
Yes.
changed in favor of the Democratic Labour Party.
Yes. So you're saying that you believe over time that it can change, the complexion of that constituency can change if she had more time and if she continues, because I am telling you, she is a powerhouse. Did you realize that she's already spoken to those responsible for the coach? And I know Mr. DeJohn. Mr. John is going to be back in there next week. That's the DeJohn that I know. She is going to follow up on that. And all she has to do is to continue to serve the people. I believe. Mooney says this election constitutes no real change for the BLP. Right? No real change for the BLP. Tomorrow they all return to their own desk to continue. The DLP has learned and is better. That I agree with. I believe that they have made good on what they have, this thing that they have received. Shirley says, Ms. Dujan worked tirelessly. What a thing to happen. And that the DLP don't give up, keep the faith, right? Somebody's saying here, Miss Corbin, Tyrone is making an interesting point, and it's something that we need to discuss. And he says that we on the show, we probably think that the show is gone mainstream, and it hasn't. That he's is it Tyrone that has said it? Is it you, Tyrone? That's not the comment, but somebody said it, and I'm looking for it. What the person was saying, are we fooling ourselves that the people are listening about getting this opposition and being, strengthening the opposition? Are people really getting that message? What are your thoughts, Miss Corbin? Mrs. Corbin, you have to unmute. Yeah, I can't unmute you. Okay, go ahead.
Please. I do not believe that we have a fundamental understanding of what is required. Particularly, I would like to see what each group understands or does not understand the why we need a strong voice. That I don't know if we need to change the word opposition, but a strong voice that goes up against the voice that presents itself as the voice when it is not doing or singing what represents transparency, democracy, fairness. We need to rethink that. I'm concerned that I don't know if a generation has not been taught about governance, if it's not been inculcated about the understanding of how governments work, what is good representation, what um, what goes against the grain of morality and decency. There is something that we need to look at. There's a disconnect. There is a disconnect. And in the meantime, what do we do? I see that it is an effort only to have a conglomerate, a group of voices, a caucus among themselves, saying the same thing. And that is what exists now. What
Yes.
we need to do is to become more deliberate. Must
Yes.
look what happened with the cybercrime bill when we were organized around a national issue that would have, and then again, we did not get public support, as a wide public support as we would have thought on a matter like this. And,
Yeah.
and, and so, how do we organize, reorganize? There is going to be a generation that will come from 2018 until whenever that will not know what an opposition looks like or the need for an opposition, and that is worrying. That is worrying. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
going to have a group of young people who do not know what an opposition is, how an opposition operates, why is there need for a voice that is not always in agreement with
Mm-hmm.
what occurs.
Yeah.
How do we correct that?
Yes, yes. Okay. Well, point well taken. And people have been talking about civics classes. That is, civic classes are very important for people to understand. I mean, for me, I know that it is an uphill battle. Just Adrian, I'm very aware of that because of the mindset. You talk to people, and when people are hungry and they're suffering, you see a guy on here complaining that he did not get his $300 yet. When you are going to do things like that before an election, and you have a set of people who cannot buy groceries, it's real. Whether that's the $300 for them, it's two, depending on the number of persons in your family, it could be two grocery shopping days. um the point is that people are going to go with their belly. It's natural. It's that generally speaking, and when they're hungry. And so when you don't have any you're not principled, you don't have the understanding of what you're doing, then a $300 is going to make a big difference, right, Adrian? And any thoughts on that? There's a caller. Just give a quick comment and then I go to the caller.
Yes, money matters. I think the BLP knows Barbadians better than the Democratic Labour Party. And as sad as it is, a politician to a lot of Barbadians is someone who can give them something. And the BLP takes the low ground when it comes to elections because they understand the importance of winning in order to govern. And that's what they do. Whether they do it underhand or they do it through government with solidarity allowance. Money matters in elections in Barbados. So we can play the high ground and not give in to that and continue to lose, or we understand that this is necessary to win elections and then possibly change the narrative once you become the government. But to get there, you have to meet the people where they are. And this is why I keep saying to the DLP, it is important to walk the constituency and asks pointed questions, one of which is, what do you, as a Barbadian, expect from a parliamentary representative? What is your view of politicians? How do you think that we should interact with each other? What are you looking for? Ask that question to every one of the 162,000 registered voters in Barbados. Aggregate that and see what you will get of what you need to do to have a good chance of beating the Barbados Labour Party. Because I tell you, this is what they do. They pour over those statistics day in and day out. And they ask that question, what do we need to win? And they didn't bring it about, but money, corned beef and biscuits, corned beef and biscuits politics is part of the Barbadian psyche of how they see to politicians. Whether it's corned beef and biscuits or galvanize or some bricks to build a house. This is par for the course in Barbados. But we've done like what Richie Haynes did. Richie Haynes decided that he ain't gonna run shot drinking the drinks from the body, and eventually he lost the NDP and lost elections and stuff because that's what people want. Man, he don't come around he ain't wanna so you gotta understand the politics and be prepared to meet people where they are, or as Margaret Thatcher says, win the argument. And I tell you, you're going to win this argument among Barbadians. You're not going to win this argument among Barbadians that voting should not mean getting something from a politician. You're not going to win it.
Yeah.
So,
well, we have a caller. Caller, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Welcome to the Marcia Weekes Show.
Yes, the Bible says fight the good fight.
Yes, sir.
This is the first time try for Mr. John. Barbadians have a very short memory. And then there's a saying in the Bible, you don't give a man, you give a man the fish. You teach him how to fish. Right? Now, you remember what I think the party needs to do, the young people needs to do is to get out there, get in the constituency, and do some work. You see, the problem is that Barbadians have a very short memory. All Barbadians want is partying and fecking. And if we don't be careful, we are going back to the days of the Motley's era. Her grandfather, the soup kitchen in the park. Take us back to the 50s when Papa Motley had all the taxpayers' money to do as he liked with it. You see, the problem is that even Marty in today, if you look around, when this older generation has passed, our young generation isn't even looking at a trade. If you call a young fella today to do something, the first thing they ask you is how much money you pay.
Correct.
Right? It's all about money. And when you give these people a feast and some money, within a couple of days, the money gone. You go to the supermarket, today went to the supermarket, and within a split second, $300 gone. But next year, you know what's going to happen? With this $300, the tax is going to come in. This is what they can't see. And then when you look at it, the last thing these people come and talk about free secondary education, because you look at a lot of these, we call them these announcers on the program presenters. A lot of them get and say that free secondary is already give them back free secondary education. When a lot of them went down at the university and skipped faculty to faculty, and they know that the outside countries, you cannot go there, Mark. If you have an A grade, you got to maintain it. If you have a B grade, you got to maintain it. When the Barbados government said, and they looked at it and said we could not afford to pay for university education anymore, they didn't tell them the whole fee. It was a mere something they asked them to pay. And I don't believe in Marcia, if you want 5 degrees and the government gives you one, you should be able to pay for your other 4. Barbadians is the kind of people that are all hand to mouth. I'm very sorry in saying this, Marcia. We have a lot of pride, but our pride is to teach us how to fish. You don't give the man the fish in his mouth. Show him how and learn him how to fish. And this is what we are going back to. Democracy today is not playing out in Barbados. It's a sad state to see where this country is going. Look at the amount of wrongs. Look at the comments that the Prime Minister had made about the DPP and what's going on, the case. Look at the whole project. Look at the Auditor General report. We hope nothing has cleared out. But we asking the party to keep strong. asking this sports selector, Mr. Jordan, don't let her heart be dropped because he always knew that this here was a constituency where he always voted the LP. But one of these days we can wake up and see the whole sea before us.
Yes.
But they just need to pray and ask God to guide them. You know? You have a gentleman like Mr. Newton who work in a certain division, they could tell you the wars that is coming on with the young people. Our young people, Marcia today, is going to hell. Crime. They made a joke when they ever talk about crime and violence.
Yeah.
What is happening today?
Yeah. But caller, let me ask you and the panel and those that are viewing, we're saying that the DLP needed to do more groundwork. Obviously, they were trying to organize themselves, having come out of what happened to them in August. They had 3 weeks and no budget at all. My question to everybody who's saying, hold a second, caller. My question to everybody who is saying to Mr. John, don't give up, Mr. John. Don't keep going. How many of us, caller, give me a moment. How many of us, including you, caller, will say, Mr. John, you have been, two constituency offices have been donated to you. I want to give volunteers some hours to help you in that constituency. How many of you can do that, including your caller?
I'm not in that area. Certainly, if I was, I would. But I'm not in that area. I agree she needs some help. I agree the party needs some help. And with the young people that are having, because I even heard some candidates are not to my constituency, Marcia, and I have not seen them yet. I have been asking to get on the ground and do some work. Right?
Okay.
I know without
caller.
money.
Yeah, caller, money, one more point and then we will have to move on.
Yes.
Just a minute,
money,
1 minute.
Yes, the party has struggled without the finance, and we know it's hard. So we are asking them not to give up, to fight the good fight. Good night.
And to support them practically. All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Yes. Good night. Thank you. Very well. Very well. Yeah, that very well, caller. But the point though, it's 10:54, and we're gonna. I think we need to get ready to close, because I want to move towards being positive, something. What can we do? We say we want democracy, we want to expand the opposition. There are 30 constituencies, we all live in those constituencies. What can we do? What can I do? I'm in St. Philip North. What can I actually do in St. Philip North that will help us to increase or expand the opposition? What can I do? Is a question, Mr. Lewis. What can you do in St. Joseph? Or is it that you feel like you want to help Mr. Jean? Yeah, your dogs were coming through again, sir.
I'm going to help, the representative for St. Joseph, Randall Rouse. I am going to be strong with him, so wherever his constituency decide to go in there. I can also return to the St. James North and help out there. So, I know that this country needs a strong opposition. As I said before, we need strong checks and balances. Now, I'm conscious of the fact, and I really want to say this one. Money is not the root of all evil. The love of money is the root of all evil. And we just got to create an atmosphere where we are conscious that the people around us love money. So as long as that, fabric is created, then just let the money flow and we will see the results. So money has great potential. When we know that there are people out there willing to grab it in a flash. They're not conscious of the value of their vote. They're not conscious of that. Just get them to love money. And anything we toss out there, we can get that vote in return with ease. That is the kind of fabric that we are in. And we've got to be conscious of it. And what will negate that? Education. And I saw it coming up on the screen earlier. We need to be able to educate our people in terms of civics in our schools, because it's not the mature ones, it is those teens, those 40 and under, that they don't appear to think. Just fact and a Grantly, and I'm gone. I'm with you. It's
Yes, yes.
unfortunate.
Yeah, somebody just sent this to me, and I thought that it's really really good to read it. They said too often people blame voters or call the electorate stupid, right? Okay, I missed my point. But that's not how change happens. Most people are doing the best they can with the options in front of them. There are a lot of voters out there who lie in the unsure pool, not because they don't care, but because they're tired, cautious, or simply don't see a clear alternative they can trust. Many want change, many want something different. The real issue is who we have to choose from. Our elders say, don't leave bad for worse. And there's wisdom in that. It's not fair, it's experience. If you want people to vote differently, you have to offer something that feels different and genuinely better. Not just louder, not just newer, better. You won't win hearts by attacking past choices. You win them by understanding people's hesitations and offering a path that makes sense to them. And the person says, respect the voter. Unsure is not uninformed. Lead with hope. Better choices, better future. This is from
Wow.
one the teacher sent this to
Wow.
me from one of my former
Wow.
students responding to the results of the by-election.
Yeah. That needs to be recited to the Democratic Labour Party, to any politician, uh, forever, so they get that in their heads. You cannot be critical of people and then go and ask them for a vote and expect to get it. That is what, at its simplest terms, the Barbados Labour Party does better than the Democratic Labour Party. We get here and we prophesy about what ought to be, and that we need a we need an opposition and all that stuff, but we're not asking the people what they need that would bring them to the polls for us, for the Democratic Labour Party. We're not doing that. We're not. I keep saying this ever since 2018, even during Thompson's time. Are your your candidates going out there and asking each person, not only for a vote, but how they want to relate to a candidate? What do you expect, to get a sense of how you can or cannot, whether your message is going to resonate with them? And this whole idea about needing an opposition, Westminster needs an opposition. It does not need a political party to be an opposition. Singapore has one political party since 1959. One political party. They practice Westminster. They have an opposition. And guess what? The people of Singapore like the system they have. Rule of law, strong, efficient legal system, low corruption. Many citizens value stability, safety, and prosperity in exchange for a one party system. Media control, major media outlets are state linked or tightly regulated. Civil liberties like freedom of speech, assembly, and press are limited. Protest requires police permits and are mostly confined to one designated area. This is what has happened in Singapore, which is considered a democracy, one party rule, and the people benefit from it. I have colleagues because I work for a global firm. We have a big office in Singapore. And when they come to Boston, these guys come and they're going to Best Buy and buy out Best Buy. They have a lot of money, living in a one party country.
The only challenge is that we're not, the people are not
Right.
experiencing the
They
benefit.
have the benefits of that. So there's
Mm-hmm.
no need to change. So
Mm-hmm.
we have what is emerging to be potentially
Mm-hmm.
a one party state without the economic benefits. And that's where people are taking whatever they can get.
Yes.
$300 or whatever.
$300
We
or so.
we need to get down there and truly listen to people and stop telling them what they need. They know
Mm-hmm.
better than us. They're adults just like you and I.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
To
know,
listen to them
I
and know.
heard one last thing before I go. I heard, and
Mm-hmm.
this is why I'm saying this. I heard Liz Thompson on radio several years ago going through how they are so successful that they can predict what their outcome is going to be in every constituency because they pour over their statistics. As soon as the election is over, they go back and they look at their statistics and see where they are weak and what they need to do and what messaging they have to bring. This particular box, what kind of people live there, what are their economics, what's the age group, all the stuff they do. And this is what management consultants do. When you have a company that's not doing a chain of supermarkets that's not doing so well, right? They send the young consultants out, right? To stay
Mm-hmm.
at the door and ask every customer coming in questions. And then they go out in a 5 mile radius around that supermarket chain to find out what the
Yeah.
residents
But
think
can I say
and
this?
aggregate
This
all of
is
that.
somebody from St. James North wrote me and said, but Mr. Hind said they don't agree with you. They said the BLP did not ask them what they wanted, right? They did not. They said that Mr. John did, and was responding to that. So that's kind of interesting there. Thought. But we are at what time is it? It's 11:03. 11:03, and I think we could wrap up in the next 15 minutes or so, or 10 minutes, I think, because it's really really late at this point. You were saying something really quickly, Mr. Hines, in response to the person there. You were responding. Give me a quick response, please.
No, I can't. I'm not going to respond to that. I mean, don't make any sense responding to that. That's a one-off
Yes.
comment.
Right. All
The,
right.
the
No problem.
results will demonstrate the results will demonstrate that what I'm saying is more likely to be true than what that individual is saying.
Mm-hmm,
That's all
mm-hmm.
I'll
Okay.
say.
All right. No problem. Miss Corbin, what are your final thoughts tonight? Before we close, please.
Yes, please. Marcia, I'm dealing with some contradictions. And I agree with that person who sent in. Mr. John, I'm saying to myself, Mr. John from the outset sought to meet with the people with her notebook, engage the person, and in the short time, I believe she broke a record, hitting the streets, engaging with the people. And so she had no support like the other candidate. And so, what do people need? What more do they need? What didn't she offer them? They're saying they need someone who can relate to them, who they can engage with on a one to one level. She sought to do that. But look at the outcome. Is it then, as Mr. Lewis said, that money should have gone with it? Is that not then seeking to buy votes? Is that not what we want to move away from? Is that what we want to be telling the young person, that your vote is worth $100, etc.? And therefore, moving forward, personally, I would reach out to Mr. John, um, you know, give her time to recharge, rest up, relax, all those reasons. And then, should she need, I mean, I don't have the energy that she has, but I believe she needs to go back into the community and engage with those persons. She would not know unless they tell her, look, I voted for you. They might say that they voted for her. But I would go back to all those communities and individuals. When I went into St. Philip North, I spoke to people. I sent a thank you on the solutions. Thank you. Thank you for um, you know, supporting. And that is what we did collectively. And I would encourage Mr. John to go back out there, and I would walk with her and say thank you. And I think that was needed again, even if we cannot have the office and the secretariat, still keep it the one-on-one. Go to those households again and say thank you.
Yes.
And
Yes.
say thank you.
And connect with the people.
And
I have a caller here. The last one we'll take, and then we're going to go to Nigel. Go ahead, caller. Welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thanks, Marcia, for having me on the show.
Yes, ma'am.
First thing, I'm from St. George North.
St. James North.
Sorry, St. James North.
Yes.
Right? First thing, in response to Mr. Hines' comment, and guess who wrote in the comment to you?
Mm-hmm.
I live in the constituents, and I saw how hard that lady worked. She returned constituents 3, sometimes 4 times. She wrote down almost everything. She passed out a manifesto with what she wanted to do and what she got back in response to what people wanted, especially in terms of agriculture. She did videos. We saw the videos on the LPTV where she saw how dilapidated the resource center was, which I taught classes there almost 15 years ago, and the center still looked the same way. She talked about a jetty cross from the fish market. Connected to those people. She connected to the people.
Yes.
My general feeling, even this morning when I went to vote, my general feeling, people wanted that change. I think I wrote to you earlier this morning and told you a total stranger told me he had to come and vote to get the government out. And I was frustrated because where I went to vote wasn't my station, so I had to go to another station. And he was telling me, no, you gotta come, you gotta come. People wanted that change. People wanted that. I live in the constituency. I know. Yes, there are some strongholds. There are some BLP strongholds. Even my fiber. I'm the one that wrote to you about how the MP was in the area, knocking at the doors, begging people to come out. And I said to myself, as you get in that car, he can be passing you something. Something went wrong, and I will stick on it. I am the only person that lives in St. James North to be so disappointed in the results. I am saying also, if Dujon lost, okay, I understand that. But to be at this point, I mean, this is ridiculous. Something went wrong, and I will put my neck out, especially in the area, seeing what was going on. Especially down Western. I know Western good. I can tell you about Rock Dundo. I can tell you, I am not going to say where I live, but I can tell you areas, and something went wrong. I think I also text you and told you there were police escort, and I know they were escorting those ballots. Right?
Yeah.
I will stick up and I will say, this is my last thing. Something is wrong. The amount of work he put in, you don't tell me even the amount of votes she got. That can't be right. That is like only her family voting for her then. Something is definitely wrong. As we will say, make it make sense. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. She's from the constituency, and it's important. We talk about listening, so it's interesting. Good to listen. Mr. Newton, what are your final thoughts before we go tonight? Yes, Nigel, you have to Mr. Newton, you have to unmute. You did that one yourself, not me.
Okay. Yes, yes. Well, we are at a very critical juncture in our history. And if we are to move forward, then I think it would be wise of us to admit that we are now, we are in the midst of a very toxic political culture. It is toxic because we have not moved beyond the circumstances of the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. I remember in 2018, while I was setting up for a meeting, some youngsters were helping me. No, not youngsters, but almost my age, said to me, you know, if you want the fellas to vote for you, you got to get us something to drink. We have not moved much beyond that. Um, Granted that in the 1930s and so on, the people were desperately poor and needed somebody to lift them up. But after 55, going 56 years of political independence and what the right excellent Errol Barrow did for us, should we be at this stage? Should we be at this stage? But I tell you, I meet with a lot of young people from time to time, and I usually pose a question to them concerning the ownership of land. Do you think that the way things are going, you would be able to purchase a spot of land for you, yourself, and your wife and children? And they say no, no. And then I say, well, look, you have to do, no, 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 not you have to. What about doing so and so and so? And what about, I try to lead them or guide them into analyzing um, situations and what they can do or what they think they could do in order to improve the situation, not only for themselves, but for their children and grandchildren.
Yeah. It's a lot being said on here tonight. A lot, Mr. I was reading as you were talking. They're reading the phone as well because there's a lot being said here tonight. Very important points there, Mr. Newton. Very powerful. Let me go to Dr. Ferdinand. Final thoughts, and then we go to uh, Mr. Hines. No, I think it's Mr. Lewis and Mr. Hines, because Mr. Hines spoke earlier. Go ahead, Mr. Dr. Ferdinand.
Well, we can see where the results have come in, where this particular by-election is concerned, and I think it's nothing. I think for us to get too hyped up about, in the sense that there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. You're looking at a party that has held a stronghold for 35 years in a constituency. It is pretty well, as I heard Don express, pretty well a foregone conclusion that it's going to win, because the amount of swing that would be required in order for the Democratic Labour Party to win that seat would be enormous. I don't think we would ever have seen anything of its liking in Barbados, ever, in politics. It would be a massive swing required to bring home that seat. By the same token, I'd like to suggest, and I mean, I've spoken on more than one occasion with persons within the Democratic Labour Party, that there is a need for some very honest analysis. I have worked in ministries, and we have gone through difficulties and challenges ourselves, and I am aware of the fact that when challenges hit you, you have to be able to stop and analyze and honestly, objectively look at what is happening where your organization is concerned. And I think this is necessary, because this by-election is going to fuel the Prime Minister's intent on a general election. And I mean, put yourself in her position. If I was in her position tonight, I would call an election within the next couple of months, because what it would be fundamentally saying is that obviously the opposition is not ready. And you'll notice that we have had 2 elections within the last 7 years. Okay, and I'm just putting myself in the position of the prime minister. You have a significant win of this nature. I mean, we've seen things like a plus 4%. I've been listening to one or two of the other pundits on the other stations. Plus 4% improvement with Mr. Blackman, and a minus 5% decline with Ms. Dujon. Now, those are figures that we have to objectively look at. We have to find out why is it, what happened, what was the reason for this. We address issues in the country. Of course, I will tell you, Marcia, that clearly Liz Thompson watches your show. She's called the name of the show tonight. She's called Maxine tonight. The only person she didn't call was me. And I think I would know why she ain't gonna call my name. But nevertheless, these are things that we have to objectively look at to see what. I'm not going to say what went wrong. It's not a case of what went wrong. It is a case of being able to identify what is going to be needed to attract the attention, not only of the people of Barbados, but particularly the strong base that the Democratic Labour Party once had. Just today, as a matter of fact, I was engaging attorney at law, former member of the Democratic Labour Party, and he was expressing some things to me. And I said to him, I am willing to offer myself as an adjudicator. I think that's what they call it, Adrian, somebody who kind of steps in the middle and makes yourself available to because it's going to take a united party to dislodge the government. It's not going to happen until that front is presented to the people of Barbados. When the people of Barbados see that and they hear alternatives, and this is one of the things that I'm concerned about, is okay to criticize, but we have to be able to offer alternative solutions.
Alternatives, yes. Well,
And
due to time, we're going to, just move on. Thank you so much, Dr. Ferdinand. It is, I believe it's Mr. Lewis, and then we close.
Yeah, I'm conscious of what Adrian said earlier relative to the Singapore model. And we can, look at highlighting what he said relative to that one state party and a strong economy. But we have an environment where, as Adrian said, it's going towards in one state, but with a weak economy. My prediction is that this BLP government will collapse. Because it is tending to go in the direction of a dictatorship or one party state, but with a very weak economy. And a weak economy under which the residents of this country are under significant pressure. I would want to hear from Adrian at some point in time how the structure will be built, wherein this economy will be regurgitated, that we can see it in growth rather than decline, because I think that we are either number one or two as far as the debt is concerned among the CARICOM states. And I don't see us getting out of this overnight. So this BLP will crash.
You're saying that the BLP or the DLP? I missed.
The BLP, the existing government.
Yes, I think so as well.
Because of the economic state of the country, they cannot continue momentum. When you've gone away from the IMF, you've gone away from the World Bank, and now you're going on the international market, they will run out of options and they will crash.
Yeah, I agree. I think that what is going to happen, just like we saw with the lawyers, that I personally think that they're going to self-destruct. That's what I think. But let's get the final word from Mr. Hinds before we close off tonight. Mr. Hines?
Oh yeah, well, it was an interesting night. I think I will continue to relook at my analysis of politics in Barbados to see if I need to change my approach. I so
Mm-hmm.
far don't see it. Um, we run the risk, Mr. Lewis, of a one-party state becoming entrenched before a bad economy takes hold. Remember, economies cycle up and down, right? They have money that they can play with to give the appearances that the economy is strong to the satisfaction of Barbadians to continue with a one-party state. Um, and the window, I think, is closing on the ability of the DLP to reemerge as a strong political party and forming a government if these types of losses in elections continue. Um, it could redound to the Barbadian people saying, hey, look, I look around. We have the BLP for the last 10 years and nothing has really changed. My circumstances hasn't really changed in terms of my freedom and all the other things that we had when we had two parties. So maybe there's nothing to fear, right? As I said, Singapore is a thriving economy with a one-party state. It is possible, right? So the DLP has to take that into consideration that Barbados may not necessarily remain a vibrant two-party state and still be referred to as a democracy
Yes.
without anybody in the international community having any concerns. So they truly need to answer the question of why they keep losing, what is the BLP doing that they are not doing, how can they become part to really compete in elections. There is a difference between politics of elections and politics of governing.
Yes.
Remember that Hitler, I will finish with this. Remember, Hitler pretended to be a liberal Democrat to get power to
Mm.
become who he was, right? So that's what you may have to look at. Not saying that the DLP has to become a dictator or get really bad, but they have to look at truly what is necessary to win in order for them to govern.
Yes,
That's all.
very well said. Thank you. A lot to feed on, and lots to think about. And I, for one, I can tell you that I don't feel 1 inch of discouragement at all. To be honest, I'm not discouraged. I look at the numbers and I saw the possibility. I mean, it would have great if it had gone another way, but I'm not discouraged because the numbers were there and it's only 3 weeks, and to be able to turn it around, not having the money and so on. I'm not discouraged. I believe in Mr. John. I believe Mr. John needs to continue. I know Mr. John. Let me tell you, she's going to continue. Grateful that Rose says she will help her. I will support her. And I'm sure lots of you here, you're going to be able to support. It's one thing to say, she needs to do this, she needs to do that, but get out there and help her. And not look for anything in return. It's not a job where you're going to be paid anything, because remember, she still has to fundraise, etc. And those of you who want to go to help, whatever the party is, the opposition party that you want to help, go and help that party. Don't sit down and think that we're going to have this opposition just like that. Okay, you just strengthen the alternatives that are there. I still believe in the loyal opposition. I still believe that we need to continue the education, the mobilization, the agitation needs to still happen, the motivation still needs to happen, and I'm not giving up. I don't give up that easily. And I know a lot of you messaging about what Liz Thompson said. I could not care less about what Liz Thompson says. Not at all. She doesn't have any control over us. Okay. Yeah, and we
I
were
want to know
dealing.
what she said, or sorry.
People said she's just mentioning the name of the show, so I haven't listened to it, so I don't know. But I'm sure we'll hear and we'll be able to speak about that. Yeah, but I somehow I
Barbados,
just don't
Barbados
feel
most
sorry.
cantankerous politician. I would love to hear what
Yeah,
he has to say.
I think she would have to sit down and figure what's on her inside. But we'll talk more about that and break that down in the on Friday. So see you again on Friday, folks. God is not finished with Barbados, and I can tell you. I am not finished. The job is not finished. And all of these people on here, the panelists, they're not finished as yet. The last we have not written, the last paragraph is not yet written. There's no conclusion yet. What are you talking about? We're ready. We're ready. Yeah. All right, loyal opposition. Good night and be
Good
strengthened.
night.
God
Good.
bless
Good
you.
night.
Yes. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye
Good night.
bye.